What is up, everybody? Alright. Get back into 6.5. A little loud there on the music. Alright, here we go. Someone's summoning Leonidas. You don't see that every day. I don't really need any of these, so I'll go with that one because I have the least of it. Although there are more characters that need the other mats, so maybe that was a mistake. Look, I didn't put it spoiled this stream nonsense. But so I actually had a comment recently, and I'm not trying to attack this guy because he wasn't rude, so I'll at least give him that. He was not rude. But he was mad at my Oberyn video because it spoils Oberyn boss fight. But I'm like, any video is going to do that, and I went out of my way. And I took an L because of this, but that video has less views because I didn't put the name of the boss in the title or the thumbnail. It just says Final Boss. It doesn't say Vortigern Oberyn, right? It doesn't say that, right? And the guy was really mad about it, and I'm sure someone's gonna be mad about the Moriarty video because I did the same thing, even though I didn't put his fucking name in the title, and I didn't put his name in the thumbnail, which again, it is like how to lose views, by the way. So I don't even know what, like, people, like, it's really stupid, and they always bring this up. They're always English players, like the North American version of the game, and they're like, oh my god, these Japanese players spoiling, you know, what's going to happen in 2 years and blah, 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 blah. It's like, what do you want me to do, right? Like, you want me to post a video of like a black screen with a question mark on it saying Final Boss of Lostbelt 6, and the title is just like boss, right? Like, that, you think anyone is going to click that? Right? Like, that is not how you make a fucking YouTube video, right? And I get it, a lot of people go, like, they'll put, like, you know, a close-up picture of a new character, they'll have their name plastered on the screen, you know, Final Boss, you know, Lostbelt, you know, it's everything, right? I'm sure with, like, Elden Ring, there was probably people posting, like, Melania's boss fight and everything. Although, I guess everyone already knew that just from the cutscene. Like, has anyone played a fucking FromSoft game before? But anyway, it's like, I have to make the videos. I think I'm already compromising quite a bit to limit spoilers. If you get spoiled, at that point, I don't think it's my fault. I think it's the fault of, like, the YouTube recommendation system, or just the fact that you're, you know, looking up FGO content when you're trying to avoid spoilers. For example, I didn't want Elden Ring spoilers, right? I really, really, really did not want Elden Ring spoilers. So you know what I did? I didn't look up Elden Ring videos on YouTube, so I didn't get them in my recommended. I never got an Elden Ring spoiler in my video recommendations because I didn't fucking watch any Elden Ring videos. I didn't go to the Elden Ring Reddit. I didn't go to the, you know, I didn't do any of that. And I might have gotten spoiled by some stupid shit, but I don't remember getting any significant spoilers, aside from maybe someone coming in my chat and blurting some crazy shit out or something like that. But, like, I think it's fine. Like, I police my own channel to prevent spoilers, right? But that's because it's my house, right? I get to do that. You know, if I come busting into your stream, blurting out, Ruler Moriarty's the final boss is 6.5, okay, you get to give me shit then. Absolutely, right? I get that. And I even get it to an extent where people make, like, overly obnoxious thumbnails that give way too much away and that kind of thing. You know, I try to, you know, find a middle ground with that. You know, I don't put the names in the thumbnail or even the title, for God's sakes. Right? But, like, any more than that, I don't think it's reasonable to ask people. I don't think it's reasonable to ask a content creator, don't put any fucking information in your thumbnail or your YouTube title. Like, hell, what? Like, how do you think that's gonna work at all, right? You think every because first off, even if I did that, which I'm not going to, but even if I did that, it wouldn't stop all the other YouTube people doing it, right? So if you don't make a spoilery Elden Ring video, someone else is going to, and you're still going to get that in your recommended. So why are you telling a specific person to screw themselves over and not, you know, be as successful in YouTube as they could be It's just stupid, right? If you want to avoid spoilers, you have to take responsibility and control your own consumption of media, right? I didn't want Elden Ring spoilers. I didn't watch Elden Ring videos on YouTube, so I wouldn't get Elden Ring recommendations, right? If I had watched Elden Ring videos on YouTube and I got an Elden Ring recommendation that was a spoiler, although that would have annoyed me, I would have been like, that was my fault. I'm not gonna go to that fucking Elden Ring content creator like, you should not have made a video and been successful on YouTube and they got recommended to me. Like, that's just crazy, right? And I get it, the YouTube recommendation system is nuts. I totally get it. I've watched like, you know, one video from like a clip of an anime that I didn't even know what it was, and then YouTube for the next like day just sends me like every clip from that anime ever conceived, and I'm like, what the fuck, right? Like, I get it, but blame YouTube for that. I don't blame who posted the goddamn anime clips, right? This is crazy. Anyway, back to 6.5. Yeah, I see that a lot from the NA community in FGO and in other communities and other games and stuff, where people just I get it, spoilers suck. I totally understand that. I don't like being spoiled either. But, you know, I take matters into my own hands because I account for, you know what? The internet's full of spoilers. If there's like a movie I'm interested in, I know the internet's full of spoilers, so I'm not gonna YouTube it. I'm not gonna go to Reddit. So I probably will get spoiled if I do that, right? And then I don't get spoiled much because I actually take personal goddamn responsibility for this nonsense. Because again, even if an individual creator doesn't play up the spoilers, other creators will. It's just a fact, you know, like, it's just a fact. If I didn't, like, because I think I have all the border, I would be willing to bet this, other than like some guy with like 9 viewers. I would be willing to bet that my Oberyn video is probably the least spoilery if all you saw of it was like the thumbnail and stuff. Because all I did was show a screenshot of the boss and put final boss. I didn't say the name, I didn't say any of that. And almost every other goddamn video of that boss fight is just Vorgern, Oberyn, you know, Bug Boy destroys the planet, blah, blah, blah. That's like all it is, right? That's all it is. And if I changed my video, those videos would still exist. So I don't, you know, I don't think it's my fault. I think it's YouTube's recommendation system's fault. And it's also just the nature of people, because spoilers sell. That's the thing. I have less views on my video because I didn't put overt spoilers in it. Like, have y'all noticed that? All the FGO videos, and never mind FGO, Elden Ring, any of that shit, I'm sure this happened. I know the games always leak a little early, a day or two early or whatever. I guarantee you the final boss of Elden Ring leaked before the most people could buy the game. I guarantee it. And whoever the first person that posted that video probably got a ridiculous amount of views. Right? And then you're gonna come to me, people act like people are mad about spoilers, right? It's like, it's your fault, right? It's literally everyone's fault because we have no self-control collectively as a species, and spoilers sell. YouTube's full of people trying to make money, so of course they're going to go with what sells. Anyone that doesn't keep up is going to get left behind anyway, and like, what the fuck, right? Like, I'm already taking an L by not putting spoilers in my stuff, so I don't, like, what the hell else am I supposed to do? Final boss was me after all. I mean, don't tell them that, Lost. That's a spoiler. All right, so we have to use, where are we? Chapter 14. Okay, so we got to use Diarmid. Let's see if we can solo whatever the hell. Story support solo. This is always great. Please be 10-10-10. Please, yes, thank God he's 10-10-10. He's just using no faux items and no CE stats. But yeah, I swear, with the internet age, if you haven't realized, if you want to avoid spoilers, you have to like do it yourself. Then you're kind of slow on noticing like what's going on here. Cause yeah, if you go like that Spider-Man movie, right? I'm sure if you looked up, I forgot what it was named, but the new Spider-Man movie, I'm sure if you were like Googling it, you know, days leading to its release, you're probably just gonna get spoiler, 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 right? Like, that's just how this shit is. If you want to avoid that, don't look it up. And I will say, NA, FGO, the JP and the NA version, it is pretty complicated because you don't have a lot of video games. Elden Ring came out roughly everywhere in the world at the same time, right? Obviously, it was like off by like a few hours and stuff here and there, and a day in some cases. But you know, it's close to the same release schedule. Where with FGO, it's 2 years. It's 2 years. right? There is no world where if you want to watch like NA content, you're not gonna stumble upon Japanese content on accident, right? There's just no way. All the videos are gonna be named FGO, FGO, shit like that. You know, you're gonna have like Lostbelt 5 coming out in NA, and then people posting Lostbelt 6 and JP and stuff. You know, so obviously the algorithm's gonna, and I get it. That sucks. It sucks. It's gonna be harder to avoid spoilers on the NA version of the game than almost any other video game out there, right? Because like with Elden Ring, you just have to go dark for like a week and you're good. Where if you wanted to like completely avoid spoilers for FGO, you'd have to go dark for 2 fucking years, right? And that sucks. But I don't think it's fair for the NA players to like expect the people that like JP to not talk about JP and not play JP and not post videos of JP. That's so selfish. Like that is so fucking selfish. And if I don't play JP, or let's say I didn't play JP. Obviously I do play JP. But let's say I only played NA. I would absolutely not have that mindset, right? Like when I played Vandictus, I played the NA version, which was 6 months behind the Korean version. I did not expect people not to play the Korean version. That's stupid. I mean, that's just stupid. Some people are going to prefer that. They want the latest content as soon as it comes out. They're going to want to talk about it, just like you want to talk about it when it hits NA and everything else. So I don't think it's reasonable to expect all the English-speaking Japanese server players to just be, you know, hidden in a corner and not talking about anything. Like that's absurd. Like, and yeah, I know it sucks. Like, it really does suck that there's really no way to play NA and be involved in like an online community without getting spoiled. I get that. That sucks. But you just have to accept it. That's what FGO is. And you either don't play FGO or you don't get involved with the online community stuff. Nice map, by the way. You know, or you do get involved with the online community stuff and you just accept that you're absolutely going to get spoiled because it's 2 fucking years. Right, people aren't gonna, for God's sakes, I think, wasn't Guadia out on JP before the NA server even existed? So it's like, how, like, of course that's going to get spoiled, right? Like, I'm gonna sit here for, you know, another 2 years never talking about Guadia. Like, yeah, right. Yeah, that's how I think I would be. If I played NA, I would just accept that, yeah, it's 2 years behind. I'll just embrace the spoilers, and that's just what it is, right? Like, you're just not gonna be able to play NA and not get spoiled, like, straight up. Unless, of course, you go dark. Like, you easily could play NA and, like, just not interact with Twitch and YouTube and Reddit and stuff, and then, yeah, you could avoid spoilers, but I get really annoyed with these people getting, like, they get super anal about spoilers, where they're in a situation where you couldn't possibly avoid spoilers, and they're expecting such a ludicrous standard from people. I just think that's incredibly selfish, and it's not gonna happen anyway. Like, again, because even if, like, I cater to these ridiculous demands about spoilers in my thumbnails, they're gonna get spoiled anyway. Like, you're gonna get spoiled anyway. So, I don't think Zufu is gonna get to be summonable, like in part 2, because they would use their sprite by now if they were. And that kind of sucks because they've had so much build up to that character. But I do think they're gonna be playable soon. But something that kind of worries me, because people have said, I've only read like the first half of the story, or maybe not even that much. I've read a chunk of it, the translation stuff though. But people are saying that they're a caster here instead of an archer, because they were an archer earlier, like when they were in the events earlier. And if that's true, I'm actually worried they're going to use that as an excuse to actually make them a gold. Because they're like, oh, well, they were silver as an archer, but they're not, when we're making them playable, they're a caster now. So then they're gold instead of silver. That would really annoy me. But I could see them doing that. I really could. Like, it's so weird to introduce the character as an archer, show them as a silver boss, and all that stuff, and then way later, because obviously that was so long ago, they didn't have any set plans then. Like, they might have had like, oh yeah, we'll make them a silver archer, but they had no idea when they were going to release them. They had, you know, they just question marks. And so now that they've decided like to use the character more, now they're starting to make more finite plans, and they may be like, you know what, let's make them a gold. And it's like, okay, well, to make them a gold, let's be like, okay, this one's a caster now. And because seriously, like that seems pretty sus to me. They've really never done that before. And I feel like the reason they're doing that is so they can justify making them a gold. But I hope I'm wrong. Maybe they'll just be but the thing is, if they're another silver caster, that'd be ridiculous. Unless they're a single target, then I take it all back. Are these guys like fighting or something? Yeah, if Zhufu gets to be a single target silver FP summon caster, I'm all for it. But otherwise, I prefer a different class because there's so many budget casters. But I'm not even sure the Aura caster in this story. I just saw some people saying that, and I haven't confirmed that. I don't think they'll ever give a servant Medea ratios again. That sounds like a meme, by the way. But yeah, I don't think they're ever going to do that again. I think they realize how stupid that was. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know if this is like... You only use this for like 2 stages and then like never again. So I don't know if they're going to have you use this again like in Lostbelt 7. Or I don't get it. Because you only use it for a couple of stages and it's useless. Like, it's not hard stages at all, so I don't know what's the deal with that. It's not going to be a fully playable Mystic Code though, at least not in this state, unless it's weakened, because like these effects are way too powerful, and they have like a 99 turn cooldown and all that, so no way. But yeah, you only use it for a few stages, and the stages are incredibly easy, so I don't understand. I don't know what's the deal. I thought you might use it again like at the end or something. And maybe you'll just use it in Lostbelt 7 again, that might be what they're doing. But I don't think so, because it seems kind of thematic. I really like that animation. Thanks, you're so cool, dude. Yeah, I like Deer Mid-Saber. Weirdly, I've seen, not a lot, but I've seen a chunk of people that really don't like him. And I don't get it. I mean, to each their own and all that, but like the light Lancer Deer Mid, you don't like Saber Deer Mid. I don't get it. I mean, again, I'm not gonna be mad at someone for not liking something I like, and it's fine if they don't like it. I just don't. I don't get the logic of liking the Lancer version, not the Saber one. That's kind of strange. Okay, so we need this guy to die. Let's see, I guess we do this. See what we do. We got a quick up, double attack up. Oh yeah, the HP drain. I wonder if that's our assassin again, or if there's some other reason for that. But I know they were doing that with the green assassin before. I agree that because of Saber Deer Mid, they've kind of forgotten about Lancer Deer Mid. I agree with that, and that sucks. But that's no reason to dislike Saber Deer Mid, right? That's more of a reason to dislike the writers or the devs, right? Or that philosophy, right? Like I get that, but yeah, no, that doesn't mean the character's bad or lame or whatever. We don't even need all these other effects because we're pretty much gonna win here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. So I really like the Saber's animations too. I think the Lancer and the Saber's animations are the best. The Berserker's really good too though. And honestly so is the caster, although he's kind of just copy-pasting other units attacks, but it still looks good. But I really like the Saber and Lancer. Like the Saber's MP and crit and everything just looks awesome. Even the normal attack looks good. And they actually redrew his torso, so there's like it's not as stiff. Like unironically, this guy's animations there are better than a lot of the older animations. Like abso-fucking-lutely. And hell, even some of the animation updates that they've kind of phoned in, it's better than, right? Because some of the phoned in animation updates, like Boudica's, are all paper mache, and they don't really ever reanimate, you know, the body parts. So they actually reanimated his arms and his torso there. Can't say the same for the assassin, unfortunately. Okay, so I could kill him right now by doing the battery and like NPing, but I'm gonna give this guy another chance to like crit me. The Lancer is unfortunately though the best one for critting because it's the only one with a crit up skill. Oh god, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it! Okay, we're good. Barely. The invulnerability thing kind of gets in the way. It's harder to see. Yeah, you can see how they're animating the back of his chest. That's probably the only two animations though for his chest that they have. Because for his NP, that's definitely the same chest that they use. But I mean that's fine. Well, no NP for us. I have a friend, chat, that doesn't like the generic servants. And he doesn't like that they have screen time in the story. And like they have like a little bit of characterization and stuff. And he has terrible taste, chat. He has terrible taste. You're gonna kill him, right? Yeah, terrible taste. Basically, he just thought they were boring, and he didn't like how they like wasted screen time on them. It's like they're just, but yeah, terrible taste. Bad take. 0 out of 10. Oh, we could maybe use Charlemagne if we can find aces. Here's Vol, so that 80, 888. I think Ace has got that beat. Where be Ace? Not among the living, unfortunately. But I've seen there most people like most people that probably don't like the trash mobs wouldn't really speak up about it. They're just kind of like, whatever. You know, they're boring, right? They're not gonna think much of it. Because it's my friend, though, we can talk about it, right? Where like, I'm sure there's actually a lot of people that don't like the generic mobs, and like, not in like they're offended by them or anything like that, but like. They're like, yeah, whatever, right? They're like, yeah, it's just, you know, mook design. Some people, like, again, people with bad taste, but I know plenty of people, like, with, like, Gundam, right? They only like, the fancy main character Gundams, right? That are, like, really fancy and stuff. They're, like, grunt mobile suits. They're like, oh, those are boring, right? Those are so plain, right? They don't like any of that, right? So, some people, I think, feel the same way about these mobs. They're just, like... They're so much plainer than the regular servants. But sometimes I think simple things are nice. He's in the saber slot? Okay, hold up. There we go. Okay, I think this is stage 2, which I don't think we've actually shown on stream yet. Okay, and it's just stage 2 art, but stage 1's probably the best anyway. I don't mind the stage 2 though, it's alright. Not a big fan of his stage 3 because I'm pretty sure it's them. It's like when Smash Brothers adds a character as a Mii fighter instead of actually as a character, right? It's just like confirming that they're not going to actually add that thing. And his stage 3, I feel like, is a nod to Carl, and that means I don't think they're adding Carl, but hopefully I'm wrong. Yeah, like Dante, right? As soon as they did that, it's like all hope is lost. The hell is going on here? I guess Roland was like defending the archers there. I honestly have no idea how popular Carl would be. Because Extella Link wasn't even that popular of a game anyway, and then even though he's the main antagonist, he didn't really play that big of a role in it. He didn't get that much screen time and stuff. So I don't know. It's like, I guess it would depend on how they characterized him in FGO, and if he was at, because hey Boatless, what's up, man? How goes the parent life? Monthly obligation. I don't worry about it, man. But yeah, how's the kid? But anyway, so like Melt got way more popular in FGO from the CCC story, right? She wasn't that popular actually from CCC the game. She got massively popular though from FGO itself. So if they added Carl and they added him in like an awesome event and he got to be this badass like tyrannical antagonist that's like, you know, a Chad, right? That'd probably be popular, right? And that might do all right. Where if he's kind of just added and there's not much done with him, I don't think he would actually sell that well. I'm not sure though. It's really hard to gauge his popularity because he's not in a mainstream anime, he's not in a mainstream book, he's not in FGO. So yeah, I'm not really sure. where he's going to end up popularity-wise. But they may just never add him. They may just like, fuck it, never do it. I think Archimedes will get added someday, though. I think that's more likely than Carl. I don't mind Carl's design. I don't like super like it. It's alright. And you know, it's kind of cool that he's, you know, like an older muscle tyrant. That's kind of neat. So I don't mind him, but he's not my favorite design by any means. If I could pick an antagonist that's not an FGO to add to FGO, it would be Buddha. Which it's weird to call Buddha an antagonist, but it is what it is. Do I NP here? Probably not. Actually, let's kill that Berserker. Limit the damage we're gonna take here. Yeah, I guess you do have a point. We don't really have a more normal design for like an old king, like kind of archetype. That does kind of suck. You know, they could have done that with Vortigern. Obviously, it would have been Evil King, and then you could have had him transform into Dragon for his NP or his stage 3 or however you want to do it. But they could have done that. And he already had the awesome voice actor from Garden of Avalon. And we saw how that turned out. Wait, this is it? Oh, no, there's 3 waves. Okay, I was like, what? Alright, this guy's the threat. Is it enough of a threat for me to NP? Actually, this is probably a... I don't think these characters, they're kind of designed to be vague because they want to be able to reuse these character models, I think in future for like characters that they're not going to make playable, right? Like some of the named people they've used in like interludes and stuff, they're giant ghosts. But I think this is supposed to be a lady, at least kind of, because the class card for Archer is actually a lady. Because yeah, these are all very similar to their class cards. But yeah, I think they're kind of designed to be just vague, because they want to be able to use them as stand-ins for just about any character. Yeah, I'm gonna NP. I think that's a good idea. We'll just won't use any buffs. Henry V never got to be all that old because he died of dysentery of all things. Ridiculously confident and successful king, did, you know, very, very impressive things, and then yeah, died of dysentery of all things. So that's life. Uh-oh. Unless we double crit here, I don't think it's happening. Wow. What the hell? Why? I mean, I'll take it, but I guess it was 3 of a kind bonus. I did not think that extra attack was going to do it. Okay, now they have defense up. Alright, well, definitely this. I could kill them. I mean, the Berserker is going to do as much damage as them. Actually, he's going to do less damage than them. Okay, I'm going to hit this one. And then see what we do with our NP. Got double quick up. Well, I mean, he did a quick NP hitting multiple targets and then a quick extra afterwards. That's why I made some of the stars. Because it's not like, you gotta remember, when you're farming, a lot of times you just do the NP and then you're done. But he did NP and then quick and then quick and then extra, right? You don't often actually get to do that. Alright, speaking of NPing. Hopefully this will be enough. 40k with the defense up though. We have a lot of buffs. His hit count's pretty damn high. I mean, look at that. Look at all those stars there. Got him. That's just HP Yep, that's not a big deal. You know, I thought that was a bigger battery than that. I think it's because, damn, that means I'm wasting this. But I think it's a team-wide battery. It hits everybody. Well, I might as well cast this, get rid of this heal. We'll be fine though, we're counterclassing these guys. Also, doesn't Carl use that mace? Am I crazy? But I think in like his you know, attacks as a playable unit in Extella Link, doesn't he use that mace? Because if he does, that also I think lowers the odds of him being added.
It wasn't
impossible to solo. What? Hold on, my phone is freaking out. It does this every once in a while. There we go. I fixed it, just had to turn it on and off again. Alright.
Okay.
Charlie broke the game indeed. I do, that's the one thing I don't like about Charlemagne is his first skill. I don't feel like the rest of his kit is unique enough or strong enough to warrant the wonkery with it. So now, here's the thing, if I was gonna buff Charlemagne, I wouldn't remove the wonkery. I would make... This is where I really think FGO messes up in this department. I think they really fuck up here. They will make a skill with a deterrent. Now, there are a few units that have deterrents. They've never changed. And it's because when they created the unit, the other aspects of the unit were so good, it offset the deterrent, no one complained, and it was fine, and no issue, right? But a lot of the time, when they make a unit with a deterrent, the other aspects of the unit are not good enough to warrant the drawback, and then they buff the unit by getting rid of the deterrent. They have done that several times, and I think that's terrible game design. If you're going to do it like that, why did you ever give anyone a deterrent to begin with, right? What you should do is, when the unit is struggling, you don't get rid of the deterrent, you add more positives to outweigh it, right? Or to synergize better, things like that. It's more interesting to have a unit that has positives that are worth putting up with a negative than to have units with no negatives at all. Having no units with negatives is boring. It's really boring. And that's the problem with power creep, because you can never go back. Whenever they set a new standard with a new unit or a buffed old unit, you can never go back. And people become less accepting of like old design. And that sucks, because it makes things more homogenous. Like, have you all noticed this? This is true for a lot of MMOs. When MMOs go on for a really long time, as time goes on, all the classes within the game start becoming more similar to each other. There's almost no way to stop that. And it's just the same kind. It's because of power creep. When you go forward, you can't go backwards anymore. And I think FGO has that problem. I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding. I think every unit they've added in the last year has had NP charge. It's ridiculous. Even the new 3-star that's coming has NP charge on his 3rd skill. It's like that's all, it's because it became so standard and there's so many units with it and it's so meta that now if you add a unit without it, they're way behind and no one wants to play with that anymore, right? So it used to be, back in the olden days of FGO, there were very few damage dealing units that had battery skills. There were not a lot of them. And it was a rare thing, and it was a trade-off, right? Look at Billy the Kid. When Billy the Kid was added, almost all he has is the battery. He's got battery, and then evade, and then crit, which is unreliable. That's it. That's all he's got. And then now, you have units that have what I just described on one skill. They have a 50% battery that gives them a bunch of crit up, makes a bunch of stars, and gives them invulnerability. And it's like, what the fuck is the point of Billy now? Right? It's really obnoxious. But a lot of it is the player base's fault because they complain and whine about stuff that they shouldn't, and then the devs cater to that, and then before you know it, you just have absolutely insane power creep. And the problem with power creep, I always see this is like the really, in my opinion, dumbass response. What I see, I've seen some fighting games. I see this probably in fighting games more than any other genre. But I see it in MMOs, fighting games. I've seen it in RTS. Now, I know RTSs don't exist anymore, but you know what I mean. I've seen it in FGO, other mobile games. It's where when there is an instance of power creep, or you know, off balance like that, or them adding something new and it's too strong, etc., or they buffed an old unit and it's too strong. I see so many people of the mindset, well, just buff everything else. Right? Don't nerf anything. I see that in fighting games a lot. We're like, no, don't nerf anybody. Just if this character's too strong, just buff everyone else. That does not work. And the reason it does not work is because how that first instance of power creep happened is just going to happen again if you buffed everyone. Right? I remember they said a long time ago when they added Merlin, they did not intend to make him that strong. And they accidentally went a little too far with it, in their words. Right? And I said he went way too far, but that happens all the time, right? You try to make something equal, because they were trying to make Merlin equal to Waver, obviously, because Waver was the meta back then. And it's the same thing for fighting games. When you have a character defining the meta, and you have every option ever, and then you buff everyone else to have every option ever, first off, now, hey look, everything's homogenous, right? When you have one fighting game character that has every option, they have a DP, they have great frame data, right? They're just good at everything. And then you buff everyone else to be like that, all the characters are now the same. It's not fun. That's not fun. Everyone loses uniqueness, everything's homogenous, right? So power creep makes things homogenous. Power creep just it's a never-ending, like, shifting of the goalposts. It's not good. Nerfing is necessary for game design. Just straight up. Nerfing is necessary in game design. And I think gacha games have an abnormal problem because a lot of, you can obviously play these games free to play, and you can get a lot done as a free to play, but some people don't do that, and they spend money for a unit that the new unit that comes out, and then they don't want to spend money on a unit that comes out and then have that unit get nerfed 2 years down the line, and then feel like they wasted their money, right? But the thing is, I think it's a necessity for good game design. Nerfing things is a necessity for good game design. Now, also, it's a necessity for good game design to not over-nerf things, or if you do over-nerf something, to then buff it, right? So you should never have a situation where you add something like Castoria, and then you nerf it so hard that people actually don't want to use it anymore, right? That shouldn't happen. And it's okay if Castoria is the best support in the game. That's fine. Someone has to be the best. Right? I don't care if it's Merlin or Castoria or Wave, it doesn't matter. Someone has to be the best. It's probably going to be a 5-star. That's fine. The problem is when the best is that much better than everything else. Like, Castoria absolutely needed to be nerfed. Now, the problem is now they've added so many units since her, with using her as the standard, that you'd have to nerf a lot of stuff now. But I think Castoria was really bad for the game. It's made boss design a complete shit show moving forward. It's made unit design moving forward a complete shit show. I think it's terrible. Like, I think it's really, really terrible. And I even think, I've seen some, like, stuff from Nasu recently that I find pretty concerning, where he's like, to keep up with the other mobile games, we need to make the story better. And I'm like, by all means, make the story better, that's fine, but that's not the right mindset. And I feel like I think Nasu's thinking, like, they couldn't catch up with the other games now, no matter what, right? So they're like not going to try to have better gameplay, and I'm like, that's not a good mindset, right? Like by all means, make the story better, but you need to always be worrying about your game design. Always, you should, no matter what game you are, fighting game, MMO, mobile game, RTS, Elden Ring, you know, whatever you are, you always need to be concerned about your game design. You should always be thinking about it. You should never be giving up on it. Or acting like it's not important. And I'm kind of worried they're kind of getting into that space where they don't care anymore, because power creep is just so out of control. They can't balance whales versus free-to-plays against new bosses. I think that's why 6.5 is so easy. Like, 6.5 is so easy. 6.5 is easier than Camelot. At least relative to, like, how prepared you are, right? Obviously, if I did Camelot, like, right now with my units, and I went ham on it, it'd probably be easier. Though it'd be pretty hard to tell, I think. But relative to, like, what a person is going to have for Camelot's harder than 6.5, right? Now, Lostbelt 6, I think, is harder than Camelot, like, absolutely. I think Lostbelt 3 is harder than Camelot. I think Lostbelt 5.2 is harder than Camelot, right? But yeah, 6.5 I think is absolutely easier. I think it's easier than most stuff. And I'm kind of worried that a lot of the boss design going forward is just going to be like, well, we can't make bosses that are hard for whales and hard for free to play, so we're not even going to try. Okay, what is going on here? My connection is like crashing constantly. What the hell? Man, I keep saying this, but I keep not doing it, but I need to just buy a... I don't have a camera. It's like acting like I have a web camera hooked in, but I literally don't have one. Hello? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I need to get a new splitter, because I suspect that's what's causing these problems. Like I keep saying that, but yeah, I'm gonna have to order a new one and just see if it fixes this problem. Have you had this problem, Beastly? Because I know you've had it use a similar setup to me. But I've been having these issues where it just like crashes and it just doesn't work. It's just like the monitor stops detecting the phone for like a minute. And if you unplug it and replug it in, then it's fine and things like that. But I can't figure out why. And sometimes I'll go like days and weeks without it happening, and then sometimes it just like happens all the time. And I'm just so confused. Because like I can't find a logical reason as to why it's happening. Because it's not like there's like a, you know, an obvious issue. I haven't had that issue. So it must be, then it must either be my dock or my splitter or something. It's not like inherent to the setup. That's actually good. I have a different dock, which I don't think it's the dock, but I do have a different dock I could try, but I think it's the splitter then. Although you don't use a splitter though, do you, Beastly? Yeah, it's not a dying cord. I have like a billion, you know, versions of every cord, and I always change that stuff out. I do use a splitter? Okay. So okay, that makes me think it is the splitter then. I'm actually really glad. That's actually a relief. Because like, if you were having the same problem, it might be like an issue inherent to the setup, which would suck. But if you're not having the issue, then it's probably just the splitter. Yeah, maybe if you don't mind, could you send me what splitter you use? I might try that. I'll probably try that and then try like another one, and then just see what happens.
戦いは苦手だが、俺もまた世界の断りですか。
Okay, see, no. What you just said, Captain, is exactly what I'm talking about. Do you realize how insane what you just said is? Think about this. You don't want to nerf Castoria, so give every challenge quest super invulnerability tiers. Do you see the problem here? Like, imagine what that's like now for everyone that doesn't have Castor or Toria. How the fuck are you gonna deal with that if you're over here using Hans and Mash or David? Like, are you kidding me? The sound's out of sync? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Like that is so power creepy. That's exactly what I'm talking about. When you don't nerf things, the only way to fix things is by buffing the shit out of everything, even the enemy content, and that just results in every problem ever. So then what are you gonna do now, right? Give every budget unit buff removal to get rid of that? Right? Like, that's just crazy! Right? Like, look, here's the thing. It's okay for some units to be stronger than others, and something has to be top tier. I don't think this is a hard argument to win, right? Castoria does everything. She does if the boss is like debuff heavy, she has extremely good debuff clear. She has individual battery and team-wide battery. She has team-wide hard survivability. The best in the entire game, and no other unit even has it. She has a massive amount of damage up for the team. She has art up specifically as well, because tag up and art up. She does everything. I completely stand by this, and I know a lot of other really good FGO players that say the exact same thing. There is no reason not to use Castoria ever. If you can bring her, you always should. That is stupid. I don't think that's hard to convince someone that that's stupid. Obviously, you don't need a single unit that is the best thing in every field, no matter the context. Even if you're not using an art team, you should bring Castoria. Just straight up, right? You should always have Castoria on the team, period, right? That is incredibly stupid. That is horrible game design that makes it almost impossible to make good bosses, because if you start designing bosses with Castoria in mind, one, that's boring, because now you're basically making it a requirement to bring Castoria, and that's going to be very samey, where boss design before is like sometimes it'd be really good to bring Joan of Arc, and sometimes it's a terrible idea to bring Joan of Arc, sometimes it's good to go bursty, sometimes it's a good idea to go stally, right? If you're always designing it with the best unit that's broken as shit in the game in mind, that means everyone's going to play that way no matter what, and that makes everything very samey, very similar, all the bosses are going to feel the same, and then if you're not using Castoria, it's going to feel like absolute shit. And they've had this problem ever since Merlin got really prevalent, because there was, I remember, a period where they were designing challenge quests to specifically screw over Merlin. I don't know if any of my fellow boomers remember this period, but that was absolutely a thing. And during that period, trying to use Hans or Shakespeare or Mozart was like the worst experience possible, because you were assuming you had something as broken as Merlin, but you didn't, and then you're trying to use the thing that's like Merlin, but it's not as good, right? And if they do the same thing for Castoria, this game is just going to be completely unplayable for people that don't use Castoria, and even if you have Castoria, everything's going to feel extremely samey, and like that is the exact mindset I'm talking about of, okay, oh no, just keep Castoria the way she is and just buff the bosses, and like that is the definition of power creep. And then what the fuck are you gonna do when they add a unit that's stronger than Castoria, right? Then what are you gonna do, right? Because that's where we were at. We were at the point, also hi Sharquado, and thank you for the gift of sub, Arjuna. I'm mid-rant here, but we used to be at the point where waiver was the meta, right? 30 years ago, waiver was the meta, and you know, it was bad, and that was bad enough, right? It was already bad enough when you had people like doing all this battery spam and NP, or NPing way more often than like the game was originally designed for, right? And then it's gotten more and more out of control. I swear the other people that have been playing this game for a long time, I swear have seen this, right? We went from NPing was a rare like trump card thing that you had to build up towards, to then waiver nonsense where you were using it pretty often, and then to fucking scatty where you were using your NP non-stop, and if you couldn't use your NP every turn, you're a scrub, and then Castoria where now you do that with literally no matter what the team is at all, and now you also have debuff removal and invulnerability for the team and way more damage and blah blah blah. It's like, what the fuck? We went from NPing as rare to now it's like the presume you're going to be doing it every turn, because they've already been making challenge quests with that meta in mind. Like, you can see it clear as day. They've made challenge quests now where either the boss has like an NP shield for a few turns, or they drain your NP when you break their health bar, or you lose 10% NP every turn. They're trying to slow down the NP spam meta, but it's impossible because there's literally so many support units now between Castor Toria and Nero Bride and Veach and Oberon and all this nonsense. You literally can't stop it. I mean, every boss kill video now is always NP. It's over and over and over and over again, which removes all the RNG. You don't care about the deck shuffle anymore. You don't need to care about critting anymore, and a lot of that stuff. So it's way more reliable and easy, but that's why everyone's doing it. But we should never have the ability to do that. You should always have to worry about your normal cards and think about, you know, the deck shuffle and should I be focusing on NP gain right now, or because that's the crux of the game, right? Like, and that's what, in my opinion, actually makes boss content interesting, is when turn to turn you're thinking about, okay, should I use my skills here? Yes or no? Should I NP here? Yes or no? Should I be focusing on an NP gain on my DPS unit, or should I be focusing on an NP gain on my support unit, or both? Or should I be focusing on just raw damage? And I know everyone in chat knows exactly what I'm talking about, because not everybody is using Castoria all the time. You've absolutely been in a boss fight where it's hard and you're not doing it in 3 turns, and you're actively having to think from turn to turn, do I need to focus on this unit's NP gain or that unit's NP gain, or should I be doing buster cards trying to do damage? Those kind of decisions is what makes the game not boring. Now, I get it. For farming, you don't want to think that much, and that's fine. I would even agree with people that you don't want to have to be thinking like that in farming all the time. But when you make a hard piece of content like Fluffy, which you cannot tell me for a second they don't want to be challenging, of course they want it to be challenging, and they've said in interviews that Nasu is responsible for this because he played too much fucking Dark Souls, and he wants FGO to have hard boss battles that people can feel accomplished for beating. They fucking said that, right? So they are designing challenge quests and main story boss fights with challenge in mind, and they're wanting you to have to overcome it and feel accomplished from it. And if you don't want to do that, that's what blue cubes are for. Literally, that's what blue cubes are for. So again, if you don't want to do that, if that just described about having to think, if you don't like that, that's fine. But again, blue cubes, you don't need Castoria to be as broken as she is to be able to get through the hard content easily, right? Not at all. Like blue cubes make everything such a joke. Like who cares? And back to Castoria, the original point. Even if you nerf Castoria, you can easily accomplish her still being the best unit in the game, right? That's not a problem, right? Let's say you removed her debuff clear, for example. Now you at least are more incentivized to like maybe not bring her if it's a really debuff heavy fight, maybe bring a Asclepius or Joan of Arc or something like that, right? Like just something as small as removing the debuff clear already makes her less good, but she's still going to be the best support in the game because you don't even bring her for the debuff clear most of the time. You normally bring her because she gives you an insane amount of damage, insane amount of battery, insane amount of survivability. But that's kind of my point. Everyone hears nerf and they act like, oh my god, my favorite waifu can't be used anymore. That's stupid. Like, that's just dumb. And if they actually nerfed Castoria to the point that she was that bad, then I would just complain in the other direction and say they shouldn't do that. And I think most people feel that way when it comes to like balancing a fighting game or an RTS game or you know, Elden Ring or whatever. Like, because obviously when they discover stuff in Elden Ring, like Frost Stomp, I remember people saying they shouldn't have nerfed Frost Stomp in Elden Ring. Now, I know a lot of people here don't play Elden Ring, but basically Frost Stomp was a thing in Elden Ring that was incredibly easy to obtain. You could just brainlessly mash it, and it had this huge hitbox, came out really fast, did insane damage, and you could kill the hardest bosses in the game in a few seconds, and it took no effort. You could just sit there doing Frost Stomp, Frost Stomp, Frost Stomp, Frost Stomp, and just everything's dead, right? Huge hitbox, you know, very fast. That's obviously broken. Never mind PvP. In player versus environment, right? And against the computer, having an option that powerful is dumb, right? It's too powerful. It defeats the purpose of Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring, and they've explicitly said this, is trying to make challenges for you to overcome and yada yada yada. You're not doing that if you're just always spamming Frost Stomp. So they nerfed it, right? Rightly so. But there were people out there that were saying, oh, they shouldn't have nerfed Frost Stomp. They should have just buffed everything else. That's stupid, right? That's dumb. Because if Frost Stomp made the game boring, if you buff everything else to be boring, now the game is just a joke, right? That is no way to approach game design. I really don't see, in my entire life, I have never seen an argument for why you should not nerf things. It's always just coming from, oh my god, I like this thing and I don't want it to be weaker. That is not a good argument, right? Now, you could say, I don't trust them to do a good balancing job, and I'm afraid if they nerf something, they'll over-nerf it and it'll be useless. That's fair, right? That's totally fair, but that's not an argument for, yeah, always buff things, never nerf things. It's a terrible idea. It stands to, you know, like, look at the gaming industry. Almost any game that takes itself even remotely seriously always buffs and nerfs things. You're not going to have perfect balance the second you release a game. It's not going to happen. You're never going to have that. And I'm not talking about PvP. I'm talking about PvE. You're not going to make a perfectly balanced PvE experience in one go, especially with games that have a large roster or things like that, right? Like, you might have like a roguelike, you know, indie game where you only have one playable character, and you can make that, you know, pretty balanced, right? But that's obviously not the situation that FGO is in here. Yeah, I don't remember the technical term for it, but like that's not even, I have to stress this. Castoria having a invulnerability that can't be pierced is not the reason she's overpowered. It doesn't help, right? And it is ridiculous because every time now they make a boss with pierced invulnerability, which they make a lot of bosses like that now, it's already going to be easier with Castoria just because she has so much battery, so much refund because of the art up, and damage up because of the attack up and the art up, right? She's already going to make it easier, but it becomes insanely disproportionately easier if the boss is balanced around being able to do Pierce and Vulnerability, and so you need to either go fast or use Guts or NP Seal and like use utility to slow it down, right? If you don't have to worry about that because LOL you can just block it, it's going to be disproportionately easy. But that is not why Castoria is broken. It's not. Like, if you... even though a lot of bosses do have Pierce and Vulnerability, and they've had a lot of challenge quests with Pierce and Vulnerability, more bosses don't have it, right? It's fairly common, but it's even more common for a boss not to have Pierce and Vulnerability, and everyone uses Castoria nonstop anyway, right? And it's because her just raw value... She has the best raw value ever, and then also she has a bunch of utility like Pierce and Vulnerability doesn't get through, and she clears debuffs, you know, like all that nonsense, right? But those are just bonuses that make it so you're definitely not using anyone other than her. But her raw value is too high, and the proof is in the pudding. Everyone uses her. There's no variety, right? Like even I think that's ridiculous, right? What you should want out of a gacha game is for everyone to have like their unique experience and have their unique setup and their unique servants that, like, you know, they like, and the characters that they like. Whenever you watch, I know you guys, if you guys watch other streamers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Other than me, who the fuck else do you watch that's not using Castoria like all of the time? Right? It's just it's everywhere. I'm not blaming them. It's because there's no reason not to use her. When you're farming, when you're doing challenge quests, yeah, Cairo, okay. But no matter what you're doing, you should always be using Castoria. Always. And even from a farming perspective, that's boring, because always, sure, you want farming to be easier, it's gonna be more repetitive. But like in Arc Knights, you have to make a new team for each stage that you're gonna auto, and then once you can auto it, you know, you don't have to figure it out anymore, right? FGO, it's like you should have to at least put some kind of effort into your different farming setups for different styles of content. Like if you have a free quest that's designed to be more bursty or more loopy, or, you know, the single enemies with high HP and there's not 3 enemies at once, things like that, you should have to be mixing up what you're doing to an extent. And then obviously once you're doing the stage over and over, you figure it out, and once you memorize it, then you're just doing the same thing over and over. That's fine, and that's actually what you'll see out of most stuff. But that's not how FGO is anymore. It was kind of actually like that in the really early days of FGO, but now all the farming is exactly the same. Okay, I'm trying to read this comment. You know, your English is fine, I can understand you perfectly. Castoria is broken as hell. I agree, and I'm glad you like my content, and I appreciate it. Thank you for saying something. And yeah, your English is completely fine. I see that all the time where people are worried about their English, but then they actually put effort into their English, and because of that, they have better English than English-speaking countries. That's actually really, I see that all the time, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's crazy people acting like Castoria is not broken. And I've even seen a lot of people that used to be in the camp of never nerf things be finally convinced that things need to be nerfed because of Castoria specifically. Because they've never used anything but Castoria for like the last 2 years. They're like, okay, yeah, this is getting silly. And that's just what happens with power creep. It's not even Castoria's fault, it's their design philosophy since Waver. It's because this is where it leads us, right? Because Castoria is not even the end of it. You think they're not gonna find a way to make a new meta unit to sell money? Like, are you kidding me? Right, how do you think we got here in the first place? Because they were pushing the envelope since Waver to Merlin, then Scatty, and now Castoria, right? They're gonna keep doing it, and it's gonna keep getting stupider, right? And it's just gonna, the power creep gap is just gonna get so, it's already so big, it's like boggling, but it's, why did I have no idea why I just cast that. I really wanted this caster dead, apparently. I guess I'll do quick Impila. Slight misplay there. Yeah, Merlin should have been nerfed. I feel like you probably could have kept it at Waver. Even Waver, I think, was just a little too much because he was 50%. I think 50% batteries should only have ever been on units that were designed around it, like Billy, right? Because Billy's book is pretty fucking weak to compensate for the fact that he's got such a big battery. Same for Lancer or Toria. So I don't think there ever should have been a support that gave another unit 50% battery. I think that's just too much. I think 40% is as high as it ever should have gone. And then, this is so important, and this is how FGO used to be, and this is why the looping meta didn't happen for a while. It did, but it was ham, and it was more limited. But, and High Volt, thank you for the 31 months. I'll get to the subs in a second. I'm mid-rant here. Anyway, what the hell was I saying? I blame Volt for this. So if you're going to have as much battery as Waver, it's very important that like Waver doesn't have art up, or quick up, or NP gain up. Because he's already giving them their NP for free through the raw battery. It is all your fault, you're correct. But when you're giving a unit that much battery for free, the last thing you need to be able to give them is a way to get it again even easier. That's the problem with Scatty and Castoria, is because they give you your NP for free, and then they give you this giant quick up and art up. So if you have a quicker art NP, the act of NPing gives you another NP. That is stupid. Like, of course that's stupid. What, how could anyone think otherwise? How could anyone look at, okay, this whole thing, if you look at how, look how the game is actually balanced, right? Like, let's look at right here, Karna, right? This is a very normal thing to do right here. We're gonna bust your quick art, and it's guaranteed crit. So this is actually higher NP gain than you might see a lot of the time. We're getting overkill bonus, right? Although it is a berserker, so that kind of evens out. Okay, we got 44%, and that's better than normal than what you're going to get in a single turn, right? So it's going to take at least 3 turns to get your NP like that. Right, now because of other units and maybe an art chain, maybe you can get it faster, but sometimes slower. So typically you're getting, it takes you like 3 turns of value to get your NP. And if you can speed that up with skills, but you're soaking skills to do it, right? Now, when you use like double Scatty or double Castoria or crap like that, by using the NP, right? Which the drawback of using your NP is supposed to be you lose your NP gauge, now you can't NP again for a while, right? That's the point. Just by the simple act of using it, not casting a skill, not using like Billy's battery skill after NPing, because that's like a sacrifice. If you want to NP with Billy the first time and go slower, right, not use his second skill, build up his NP the normal way, then NP, then use his second skill, right, like that's a sacrifice, right? But so you're not doing that, you just use the NP and you get like either your entire NP back again, or you get half of it back or more. That is stupid. That is obviously stupid. It is only reasonable when like the rest of the unit is balanced around it. Like, so if you have like a DPS unit where, like Rider Kentucky, this might sound crazy, but I actually think Rider Kentucky is pretty balanced. Because first off, you're not looping Rider Kentucky's NP unless you get both of his quick cards on the turn you happen to be NPing. And if you're in a team setting, that's not very reliable. Now, yes, you can still get Kentucky's NP a second time fairly quickly. Even if you have to wait a turn for the cards to come up, but you're not like straight looping, you're just close to. And if you want to use his skill to straight loop, that's a big sacrifice. And then you pay for it, because Kentucky doesn't have that great of normal card damage. He doesn't have a crit up skill. He doesn't have guts, invulnerability, evade, crit down, attack down. He doesn't have any of that stuff, right? So he is balanced around the idea that he NPs rather easily, and then can almost guarantee crit, and then NP again. That's what he does. That's what he's supposed to do. But he pays for it. He absolutely pays for it, right? He's missing a lot of useful stuff because he can do that. And see, that's why Castoria is so bad, is because now you can give that to any unit and have them not pay for it. And actually get even more of a bonus out of it. And so you can bring a unit that has an incredibly good toolkit in other areas, and then they can still loop and they can still NP over and over. So it's like, why use Rider Kentucky at that point? There's no point. Oh no, she's not bad. She's bad for the game, right? That's the Castoria's bad for the game, but she's too good. That would be the problem. I even see people on Reddit these days starting to say that Castoria is too good, and it's boring that she's always the best option to bring no matter what. That's why I pointed out like how abnormal it is, how powerful she is, because normally Reddit is always going to be in the camp of always buff everything, never nerf anything. But even a good chunk of Reddit sees the problem, because it's just crazy. I mean, it's crazy how busted she is. Nerf and Sumo win. So, okay. change in topic there, but legitimately, I don't think Golden Sumo needs to be nerfed, even though it is so good. And the reason it doesn't need to be nerfed is because it doesn't actually do anything beyond what like its best competition could do. And actually, a lot of times it is worse. It's just, and it is a bit busted, don't get me wrong, and they probably shouldn't have made it, but it's a little late now. Golden Sumo oftentimes is not the best CE to bring. Like, it's just a fact. It's often that Golden Sumo is not the best CE to bring. But it's almost always like second or third best. No matter what the best one is, right? Like, even if the best one is like some very niche, specific, only good in this exact circumstance, CE, Golden Sumo is almost as good, right? And, because like, for example, whatever the best CE is, that the best CE might be so niche that it's actually not worth leveling it up to 100. So you don't actually have what CE is best. Where you level Golden Sumo, and it now helps you in burst situations, in longevity situations. It helps you if you're art, if you're a buster, if you're quick. It helps you if you're going for the crit setup. It helps if you're going for an NP setup. It's good if you even need an extra attack, chat, because that's one thing that there's almost no other craft essence can do, and that's actually make your extra attack better, chat. That's a very rare and useful ability. So yeah, and also, even though you have like craft essences like the anti-divinity one, or the anti-berserker one, or Yang CE, or whatever, Black Grail, you know, these things that are, you know, meta every once in a while, but not meta all the time. But like, you know, they have their moment in the spotlight. Golden Sumo 2 has its moment in the spotlight, because sometimes you need that medium value where you have starting NP, but you don't need K-scope, but you need damage up, but it doesn't need to be as much as Yang CE, and you know, you might be a unit that's using different card colors, like Ku, how Ku uses Buster and Quick a lot. And so situations like that, Golden Sumo is the best. Like, it is the best sometimes, like, absolutely. So it is the best sometimes, but when it's not the best, it's like second or third best, and whatever is better than it is sometimes so niche, it's not, you know, worth leveling. So Golden Sumo is incredibly useful. It's so good to have it. Chat, I can't even imagine not having it. Imagine having your favorite unit and you can't give them Golden Sumo. It'd be terrible. Absolutely awful. But it's not overpowered because it can be mimicked by, like, you know, a bunch of other stuff, right? You can obtain that value through aerial drive, you know, painting summer, you know, stuff like that. So it's fine, right? I don't think it needs to be nerfed. If anything, it's fine for it to be the standard. So the way to fix Golden Sumo is the opposite of Castoria. Just give everyone Golden Sumo. Just make the Rider Kentucky event like a main interlude, right? And just give it to everybody. There you go, right? That problem's solved, because you're not giving everybody something so powerful that it's game breaking, like, not at all. But you're giving people something very convenient that will, you know, they won't have to level as many craft essences. It gives them a nice starting bit of oomph. Because let's be honest, a lot of times you need multiple good craft essences because you bring a full team of units. So one good CE, you're not done, right? So it's not gonna like prevent people from wanting to get other craft essences and things like that, obviously not. But it gives people a nice like baseline, like starter kit craft essence. And see, you can't say that for Castoria, because first off, they're never gonna do that because she's, you know, makes them money. But second off, because she's not like Golden Sumo, where it's just like a nice starter kit. Like, no, like, she's game-breakingly powerful. There's never been a boss fight. Like, I mean, seriously, if you disagree with me, chat, name it. That I cannot think of a single boss that has ever existed where it's like, oh man, this boss is so hard, but if I brought Golden Sumo, it's gonna be easy. That's never happened. That has never happened, and it's never going to happen. Golden Sumo just doesn't affect the game in that way. It just doesn't. Where there's loads of bosses where it's like, oh my god, this is such a pain in the butt, but if I had Castoria, it'd be really easy, right? Like, there's, like, that's actually almost every boss in the game, actually. So yeah, that's the difference. Alright, that's enough ranting about Castoria and power creep. Let's get to the good stuff. But yeah, thank you, Vol, for the resub and the gifted sub, Arjuna. I appreciate it. And someone threw a fucking nickel at me, so, you know, they can go fuck themselves. I mean, what? I mean, oh, I'm so happy I gained 5 cents, chat. What a convenient, it's so convenient, chat, when you're going to, like, you know, buy something with coins, right? Obviously, the coin you want to find in your pocket is the one worth 5 cents, right? That's so useful, chat. It's not like you'd actually want to find one worth, like, I don't know, 25 cents, because, you know, you find 4 of those and that's $1, right? But no, we gotta find like a million nickels to do anything. You can't buy a soda unless you get like 80 nickels. I don't even know how much a soda costs these days, to be honest. But yeah, now I'm just encouraging chat to be smartasses now. I see you, chat. You know, we haven't used him in a while, and he's awesome. So I'm still surprised though at how popular he is. I'm not. Just Japan just really like that art type. Is like, what happened? Like, again, I'm not like surprised he's popular. I'm surprised that he's that popular. I'm like, what the fuck? It was weird, like how popular he's been. Yeah, I know Virgil's popular, obviously, and he's similar to Virgil, and he's also just like you know, cool katana guy. You know, I get it, but like, god damn, like, it's crazy how popular he was. Yeah, it's true. He also came out during the drought of no cool dudes. That's fair. That's fair, because that was getting kind of ridiculous. They're getting better about it, although I feel like this happens. I've watched FGO do this over the years. They'll get this huge because this is not that recent backlash of the lack of dudes, because it was a pretty big backlash they had there on Twitter for a while. That is not the first time that's happened. Not even close. I've actually watched FGO do this. Like, I know you've seen it too. They'll go for, like, they'll get a big backlash because there's no dudes, and then they'll add a bunch of dudes. Like, remember, like, Epic Remnant 1, they started adding a bunch of dudes all at once. And then they feel like they met their quota, right? They feel like they met their dude quota, and then they just start pumping out waifus nonstop again. And then it builds up, and then they get a backlash again, and people are like, oh my god, why are you guys never adding dudes? And then they add a bunch of dudes, you know, like rapid fire, and then they go back to just doing non-stop waifus again. And I'm telling you, people always say it's because of money. It's not. I've researched this way too much, honestly, over the last few years, over different games and stuff. Guys sell fine. I have not found any data that actually supports this idea that, like, gamers and shit don't like dudes in video games. That's not a thing. That's literally not a thing. Actually, I found the data is the other way around, where guys normally do really well. Like, even FGO had that poll recently where, like, their top 10, like, you know, favorite servants, and, like, guys were all over it, right? So it's never been a thing. There's plenty of guys that sell well, and of course there's some guys that don't sell well, but that's true for any character. I think it's the artists. I really stand by this. I just think it's not every artist, of course, I'm generalizing. I just think there are more artists, like, in the gacha, or not even just gacha games, like just anime character design field, you know, be it for animes themselves, other video games, other projects and stuff. I just think a lot of the artists, and even I know several female artists that prefer drawing female characters. It just happens, right? Yeah, some of it's horny, some of it's like aesthetic choice, whatever the fuck, but you have a lot of artists for whatever the reasons that just prefer making female characters. It happens a lot in this, you know, in the anime sphere. It's not, you know, because in other spheres it can be the other way around and all kinds of other shit, but I think that's the part of it. So I think when left to their natural devices, more artists are going to make more waifus than not. That's just going to happen, and I think that's why, you know, FGO kind of has to, like, go out of its way to add dude characters for a while, and they go right back to making waifu characters. There's nothing wrong with them adding, you know, waifu characters. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with, you know, women, right? It's not a problem if there's women characters in the game, of course not. But it gets, there was a period, I remember in FGO, I think it was before the last backlash, where they went like over a year without adding a gold male, right? It's like, what, come the fuck on, right? It's one thing to like prefer making female characters and then having that many artists and nobody makes a dude. It's like, what the hell, right? Like, it's like you got, at that point you do kind of need to do something. It's like, god damn. Okay, here we can finally, I don't think we've seen the writers NP this entire time. We've been trying, but it just never happened, so looks like they're actually we're probably gonna die. If the gimmick here is they're gonna be spamming their NPs, which I think it is. I think I remember doing this stage vaguely. I haven't fixed the music. Oh yeah, this has definitely been looping. We've been listening to this for a while. Okay, I mean, that's kind of what I expected their NP to be honest. That's obviously not as cool as the caster, the saber, the lancer. It's better than the assassin one, I'll say that, but I mean, they're kind of just, it's just roadkill. I mean, it's just roadkill. I mean, I don't know what else you would expect, to be honest. Oh, you know what they could have done? Those like blue effects that happen when they crit you. They could have had like that stuff, like a trail of that following them, and it's kicking up rocks. You know, that would have been better. And they've put in those kind of particle effects in Trash Mob NPs before, so it's not like that's too much work. I mean, for God's sake, they did that for the Saber one. The Saber one shoots a giant blue beam that got all kinds of particle effects going everywhere. So this looks really awkward right now. But yeah, the assassin one is really bad. It's shockingly bad. Oh, actually, see, they have the blue stuff at the start. Okay, see, this is just messed up. When they're powering it up, there's blue stuff everywhere. When they hit you, there's blue stuff everywhere. I just think there should be like a blue trail on the ground as they're going. That would make it look like an NP, right? Like that would have been fine. So, you know, it's okay. I'm not hating. It's just the Lancer and Saber one are much better. I actually forgot the Berserker one. Oh god. I remember I know the normal attack and the crit he yells at you, but I actually forgot the Berserker NP, so I don't know what I feel about that one. But the Canister one was pretty cool. It kind of just zeets your ass. Alright, got 19 stars, get 39 stars, 90, 100, although we're gonna end up critting an 11k one, which is kind of bad. I guess I attack it here. We're gonna have a bad time here if they're NPing every turn though. They're Mordred. I mean, I'm pretty sure the triple slash was just the normal attack. Yeah, I don't think that was the NP. And actually, the Berserker has a really cool normal attack because of that. Because he like picks up rocks as he's swinging. It's like a yellow after trail. I honestly, I like these generic guys so much. I am just so sad that they're not like gonna be playable, and especially because they characterize, you know, some of the individual ones in the story and stuff. Like they're awesome. Like the Rider, bro. Okay, the Rider was my least favorite design, but he was actually probably my favorite one in the story bit. But yeah, it just sucks that they're not gonna make them playable. I mean, who knows? I think maybe like with Nobu's being part of Nobukatsu's attack animations, maybe someday they'll add a servant that summons these guys as like their attack animations. They might do that eventually, but we'll see. And like I said last time, it took them so long to do that for the Nobus. Oh crap, that one's 92k. Okay, you know what? I don't think it matters which one I NP really, so do that. No, I don't think it is a hurt card. People, I've been seeing, I've actually looked at some of these in my editing program and watching frame by frame. People keep saying every attack they do is just a reskin of like another unit's, and there are a few like that, and there also are some particle effects like that. Like, not the charge up, but when the caster fires the fireballs, that's just the fireballs the caster Q shoots. It's exactly the same. The charge up is different, but the actual projectile is the same. And some of the attacks are like that, but I keep seeing people say that like the Berserkers is a reskin of other characters. People even say like the Jaguar mobs and stuff, and I've watched it in my editing program, and it's not. It's blatantly not. I think people have a terrible eye for this kind of stuff, and they just see something that looks vaguely similar, and they're like, oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? And like, yes, FGO does do that, like more than I would like, but I don't think that's... Okay, we're probably gonna die here, so let's try to at least kill 2 of them. But yeah, I don't think the Berserker ones is anyone else's attack, that I can tell anyway. So there are a lot of units, a lot of animations, so it'd be easy to miss one. Yeah, we got double attack down. And yeah, it does seem to be pretty meaty actually. How much damage are they gonna do? We got our defense up. Oh no. Oh no. This one's lower level. Oh, don't attack now. Buff, 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 buff! That's not a buff! Well, he tried. Yeah, we got rat rolled. That's fair. I wonder how many turns we needed to last there. Okay, that's not a stage for for our boy, not Virgil here. We need more survivability. You know, chat, who the best unit in the game is for this? I'm not exaggerating. I'm pretty sure the best unit in the game for this, it's either going to be Castoria or like Merlin, because looping, but it's probably Ku. It's probably, actually Cleo actually is pretty good. No joke. Because Cleo has really good survivability. She's counterclassing, so they do half damage to her. And then, you know, she does have hard survival. So actually, yeah, Cleo is really good there. But no, Ku is unironically one of the best units for this because he has, like, the most hard survival. Like, this is the thing. If the enemy is doing 9,999, or like, you know, like 9 million damage every attack, Ku is one of the best units for surviving it. Even Joan of Arc will die. But if a boss is doing 9 million damage every single time they attack, like, Joan of Arc will die actually rather quickly, right? Ku can guarantee live a really long time in that context, just because the way you can, like, cycle his cooldowns if you need to. Now, he's not the only one, though, that can live a long time in that kind of context, and especially if you have a unit that can loop a survivability in P, then obviously that's really, really good. But, yeah, actually, an assassin, though, would be very, very good. Just because, oh, actually, King Potato Chips would be really good, too, because she, they count as NPs that they're doing, so she gets her NP down thing, and so she won't take that much damage. And then Herc, too. Herc would be really good, too, but I actually think Ku would live longer, if the enemies are doing that much damage. But it's close ever since Herc got that, that third skill buff. That does help him. But no joke, Ku is not just like a meme, he really is one of the more survivable units in the game if you just need straight, raw, hard survival. Now, sometimes bosses are throwing out like this medium to light amount of damage every turn, and if the fight's, due to the nature of the fight, it's going to be incredibly long. Ku is still good in that circumstance, but he's not necessarily as good as someone else that just throws out like non-stop soft survival, even like Cleo, right? Because, like, if the boss is only doing 500 damage when they attack, using a charge of PFA is not that useful, right? Where if the boss is doing, like, 9 million damage with a normal attack, then PFA is just godly, right? So, it's kind of weird. Now, Ku is still good in the long run, though, against medium damage, but it's not as good as if, like, the boss is just doing insane damage every single turn, no matter what. I'm sure Ku could beat this, though. I wonder if Dion could beat it. That's actually kind of spicy. If he lands his charm on like ever, then probably, because I think Kajima was really close to winning there, and Dion just has straight up more survivability than Kajima does. But I think it would be close, because he doesn't have that much more. It really would come down to if you actually landed the charms or not. Sitting Master is kind of bad here because he can only attack down one unit at a time, although that would have been enough to survive that turn there that Kajima did not survive. So Sitting Master might be able to do it too if you're just smart about it. Yeah, actually, I think both Dion and... It depends. If we had to live another turn, then they're not going to do it. But if we only had to survive that turn, both Sitting Master and Dion I actually think could do it 100% of the time. Well, maybe 99, because you always have some freak turn where something goes incredibly wrong. But, because, like, literally just a little bit more survivability and Kajima wouldn't die. He almost lived. He only died by, like, you know, 500 health or something. So, and killing doesn't do anything. So, yeah, I think Dion and Sitting Master can probably both do it reliably. Funnily enough, even though she's a ruler, I don't think she could do it because she has no hard survival, so she'd just explode. Anything interesting? Cleo really would do well here, though. Like, because again, counterclassing is going to make this way easier. Even this, like, scuffed as fuck Cleo could probably do it really easy. But you know what? I'm gonna use Ku because fuck y'all. I feel like it. Although, you know what? I'm not gonna use my super OP nutty Ku. I'm gonna use this account's kind of regular Grail's Ku. Like classic. He's not even 2K FOD all the way. Yeah, way weaker. Now, technically, if all you care about is survivability, you really could do this. But I'm not gonna do that because it's blasphemy, and also it has almost no impact on anything because you're just gonna wait to recast the evade for a while. So you're a little bit tankier, but not by enough to really care. So I guess damage is irrelevant. What would you bring then? Now, even for Kajima, we could have given him a gut CE and he probably would have won. Oh, okay, to be fair then, let's not give Ku a survival CE then. Let's give him damage like we care. And then, I guess Atlas is fine. Man, I really gotta give credit to the bastard that I won't say the name of. When he invaded me in Elden Ring, that character name was so good. He was using sleep swords that put his opponent to sleep, and his character name was Canis Sleepy. But it was spelled, you know, in a weird way that it was, you know, eerily similar to a certain meme. That was very creative. So that was a very memorable moment in my Elden Ring time. I actually wish it was easier to interact with chat. I would play Elden Ring more if I had an easier way of interacting with chat. It's just so hard to do it. So I think I'm still in slow-mo. I actually think their NP will look better in fast mode, because like that's so little momentum behind a chariot. Kind of fail. I do need to play more Elden Ring though. I haven't streamed it in a while, but it's not going anywhere. You know, so why FGO is busy. I'll be playing FGO, and then when it's not, I can play like Arc Knights and Elden Ring and stuff. Really, the smart thing to do here is don't kill the low-level riders, because if you do have to face tank, you want them to do less damage. Also, I guess you'd want to give George his Bond CE, but I don't like using that. No command codes on Ku. Unfortunate. Really, 6.5 though is pretty bad. Like, there's almost no content here. This is one of the worst main story segments I've ever seen in terms of content. There's just nothing. There's one good boss fight in the entire thing. Like, it's crazy. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. If anything, I'm overselling it. I'm not even sure it has one good boss fight. I can kill 2 of them, so only face tank 1 NP, so it's not a good time to do invulnerability, I'd say. I'm sure Lostbelt 7 is going to be 2 parts, or something like that. Yeah, 6.5 has been very disappointing to me in terms of content. Now, I like the roster fine. These new trash mobs are awesome. The cast is fine. That still did a lot of damage. Don't you dare proc my fucking guts. Jesus Christ, that was close. But, the story is just a waste of time. You know, it's an excuse for a filler story. It just is what it is. You know, there's very little, like, boss fights worth a damn. You hardly ever get to use your own units. You know, it's just filler. So 6.5 has been very disappointing to me. Aside from the cast and the mobs and, like, the setting and stuff. That's all cool. I like that stuff quite a bit, and I was actually kind of surprised how much I liked it. I wasn't really see what I'm saying? That wasn't even close. That was not even close. I hadn't even used Atlas yet. My PFA came back that turn, I could cast it. If it hadn't come back, I could have done the cooldown reduction. But I could do PFA, I could do invulnerability, then I could cast the thing again, I could do the cooldown reduction, and then do PFA again, and then I think I could do Guts one more time. Maybe not the Guts one more time at the end. But, I mean, we had so many turns of survivability there. So yeah, Saito only died by like 500 health, and then he would have done it. So yeah, that means Dion and Sitting Master could do it rather easily. They literally would just have to face tank like that 1 NP, but they have attack downs, so they can do that. Alrighty, now I remember there's a stretch, I think it's chapter like 17 to 19, that you just fight those same trash mobs over and over and over and over, and it's like, it is a lot of arrows of just the same trash over and 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 over again. When we get to that point, we'll probably blitz through it, but for right now we can still mess around, and like, if this is a Berserker, I actually want to see the Berserker's normal attacks again, because we were just talking about that, and I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. Yeah, that part, when I did it on my main account, you know, I was intentionally not watching the story, so I skipped every second of it. And then I just did like scatty stuff and setups like that, and I blitzed through it very quickly, which was nice. And I was just watching YouTube while I did it, so I got through it pretty painlessly. But yeah, that was pretty silly. All right, if we want to see the Berserker's animations, we probably don't want to win too fast. But I kind of want to use somebody. I kind of want to solo, but they need to be like tanky. It's if I want to actually like manipulate the enemy's animations, I should probably bring a team. It's a lot easier to do it that way, because you can like make your damage terrible if you want to. Oh, here we go. Let's bring a damage dealer in case we like optionally wanna kill some stuff, but maybe someone that's tanky. I'm gonna hope there's. I want to bring Achilles, but there are assassins. Bring Babbage. It's not a great damage dealer though when he's, you know, 9k attack, but need to give him foe items, because then he gets up to 12k. Yeah, I probably will give him. He might. I will see. I'm not even sure who I'm working on right now. I haven't been doing events on this account in a while because Gwen's done. I don't think I finished Achilles, but I don't really need to. I think he's 2k. Yeah, he's 2k. I mean, Blood Axe would be cool. And I know 100 Face is pretty far along, but I don't think I was really planning on finishing them because they just don't really need it. But maybe I will, just to get like an 11k attack. That'd be kind of cool. We'll see. Hard call. I don't know, I might give Babbage like a chunk, right? Like maybe don't take him all the way to 2k, but I like doing that on my ult, this ult where I kind of just give a lot of people 1,500 or so, and I don't give that many 2k. I think I gave Gwen, and yeah, Gwen is, because it's fun, the see red, press red shtick. But yeah, Protoku is obviously a priority. He's like the only thing I might 120. We'll see. I'm kind of sad comparing him to Q though, but that's going to happen no matter what. I don't know what I'm doing with these craft essences, but do I have Prism Osmos or whatever the hell it's called? I probably do. Oh my god, finding it. Like, on my main account, I know what level it is. On my ult, I have no idea. And then, like, it might not be leveled at all. But if you zip down there to check the ones that aren't leveled, you might just, like, go past it. Like, statistically, I probably have it, because this is a pretty old account. Although I haven't rolled, like, story in a really long time. So, no, there it is. The question is, do I have other copies of it? Quite possibly. I probably do. Because I imagine I would have leveled it if I noticed I had it. But, whatever. Trying to find a balance of not dying, but then also getting my MP if I want to get it. Probably Sakura Scope. Which I can't find because I don't have 4 stars turned on. There it is. I don't have the team cost for that. Don't have the team cost for that either. There we go. Actually, that's better. I don't know why I'm putting in this much effort into a team that I'm stalling with to try to see Berserker attacks. The thing is, the story in 6.5 is like a nothing burger though. It doesn't even matter. Like the whole like war is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with anything. It has no impact on the story. The only important things that happen are not actually tied to 6.5. It's just like 5.5. When you learn that the only like important bit of information that happened in 5.5 was you learned a little bit about the mechanics of Lostbelts, and then you learned that the alien god is not the one that bleached the Earth. But nothing about learning any of that had anything to do with 5.5. Right? You could have learned that in Lostbelt 5 or Lostbelt 3 or Lostbelt 6. It wouldn't have mattered. So, and it's the same thing with 6.5. Nothing that is even remotely important in it has anything to do with it. It has nothing to do with its characters. It has nothing to do with its, like, the motivations. It has nothing to do with, like, the actual war that's happening. None of it matters. It's just a made-up obstacle just to get in your way so you're not actually going to Lostbelt 7. It's the same as Atlantis, right? I like Atlantis' characters and everything, but Atlantis was just an excuse for you not to be able to go to Olympus, which is where the stuff that actually mattered happened. Right? It's filler. Straight up, it's just filler. And that's what 6.5 is. It's like super fillery. Like, the story is kind of dumb. You know, again, I like the characters and stuff, and I like the idea. You could make a story like this and have it be really good, but I don't think they really accomplished that. Like, really, this just should have been Lostbelt 7 Part 1. I mean, straight up. I think they're just desperate to not have the Lostbelts end this year. They want it to end next year. I think that's which is so stupid, but I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to, and I think that's been their goal for a while. It's like just add stupid stuff to drag it out so they can do the final chapter as many years down the line as they could do it. Which I just think was a terrible idea. Like, they should, and if they wanted to do more stuff, that's fine, but just make it for 3.0 or side events, etc., etc. Now, chat, I don't want spoilers, obviously, but I'm rather curious as to why, when you have the big fight with Moriarty, why Sherlock's not there, so something sus about that. We'll find out when we get there. Yeah, I have to agree. It's been so long, I don't really care that much about the main story of Lostbelts anymore. Hey, look, it's Kiyohime for literally no reason. And then she, like, doesn't do anything, and then is just, like, plays no serious role. It's just such a random thing. I do find it funny, though, that they give her a permanent buster up. Oh god, I just realized this is the Kiyohime boss fight, and I brought that ridiculous team. The Berserker in the team wasn't a Berserker trash mob. Well, might as well just quit now. We could actually probably win with this setup, though, like, straight up, but there's nothing fun about this setup. Okay, chat. Who shall we fight? Why did... God, the main story taking AP is just... It's insulting, dude. Especially when it costs that much. Cadence can probably do it, although it's probably a little tough, actually. It's not as easy to solo as you might think, because of the gimmicks. Wayne, he's so guts-based, he probably can do it. The only thing that would prevent him from doing it, and this really might prevent him from doing it, is the trash mobs. The trash mobs might fuck him up too much. We can try it for funsies, but I don't know. I don't know. I could see it going either way. Like, the trash mobs are like a big problem for a lot of people. Like, there's 8 of them, and they actually do a decent amount of damage, so it's really easy to just get foo-barred. What do we want? I mean, as much damage as possible. We can remove the burn, but I don't know how much I care about that. Yeah, I know, the assassins are so bad, and because it's like the first one you see, I think a lot of people are gonna assume the other trash mobs aren't worth looking at. Okay, that's easy. Could do crit down. If she doesn't crit you, when she has the crit up at the end. Well, I'm trying to remember if she gets a crit up on the second health bar or not. I don't think so. Still doesn't hurt though. But what are the other options? I mean, burn removal, or just more damage, or star bomb. You know, star bomb actually does not sound too bad. I'm just worried if I don't remove any of the dots, I'm gonna get too many dots on me. I need to do a second star bomb. I've never played Gwen that way, where I do double star bomb when I'm spamming busters, but I wonder if that results in enough stars to reliably crit more. I actually feel like if I do this, I don't bring the Gilgamesh one, even though it's a universal 20% damage up. I think I go with the Star Absorb one, because if you happen to absorb it on the quick and art, it's just bad. I've never done this, so I don't know. But if it gives you enough crits, then it's worth. Actually, we might need the anti-burn, because if we don't, our guts will proc and then we'll just die to the burn before she attacks. That sucks. She only attacks twice per turn, and I think every attack she does has a chance to burn you. I could bring Atlas for the turn that Guts goes off, but I would rather bring Anniversary Blonde for the way Gwen is. I'd have to bring two... I have to bring two clears, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these mobs do have proper traits like Servant and Humanoid and all that. So I saw on Atlas DB they had male and female, and I think that's because they're generic class containers that could theoretically have the spirit of a male or a female in it, I presume. I'm not 100% sure they actually have that, and they might have been listing it that way because some of the mobs, like the same mob, like you might have one assassin, although I guess not the assassin one, but like the archer, they could like at some point when you fight it in like an interlude, they could say, oh, this is representing, you know, X, Y, or Z characters. Right now it's a male, and then in a different interlude you might fight a different one, and then that one's a female. They might do that, but they might. I'm not sure exactly. I'll try to keep tabs on it in future, like when they add an interlude. Oh, thank you for the sub, BMK. This is BMK5322. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, every time they use one of these servants in an interlude, I'll check the data mine and we'll see what they do. Because it wouldn't shock me if they kind of mix it up a bit. Alright, we can have an emergency now. I don't know, this is tough. I feel like I'm going to regret no matter what I do. There's no way to get like the perfect command code set up here. Is it worth it to remove the burns? We'll go so much slower then. I feel like we just go with Atlas, but then we do so much less damage if I go with Atlas. Fuck it, I'll go with Atlas though. I don't know. I think I know how Gwen plays, and like, that's not good. The only time that's ever good on Gwen is if you're going to live for 6 turns straight. Because then you keep his first skill and his second skill up 3 turns, and then they'll come back and then 3 turns. But you're not going to live long enough here. You're either going to win or lose before that. So Atlas does nothing but clear the debuffs. That cannot be worth it. Like, that just absolutely cannot be worth it. It's just, I know that the debuffs are going to screw up Guts units really bad. And she applies burn every attack. See, Ku didn't have to worry about that at all because Ku has so much debuff clear that it just didn't matter. Maybe we go with just 1 debuff clear and then we hope, because sometimes she only attacks the 1 time. And then also you have magic resist. The problem is Gwen's Guts is only 1 health. You'd have to have 0. And this is so dumb that I have to do this. But yeah, I think I have to do this. Because bringing Atlas I just think is death. Oh my god, fuck you game. I like how you literally can't tell. Like, they have different text, but there's no way to tell which text means what. You don't read moon runs.
そろそろクエスト
So Kua has a similar problem to Castoria, except it doesn't affect the game even like a tenth as much. Ku is actually too good, but only for free-to-play people that don't have like the rarer golds and stuff, and only for when you need a Lancer specifically. When you are free-to-play, when you're fighting like a nasty archer or even most berserkers, there's no reason to bring Deer Mid or Baldy, none. Like, you should always bring Ku, right? And that's kind of dumb, and I've been complaining about that for years. And now Ku is not like Castoria though, because it's only for free to play, it's only for low star, it's only for Lancer, right? It's not like this universal affects everything in every context, right? It's not like that at all. Also, it's only for challenge quests, it's not for farming, right? So it's not nearly as bad, and it's also very easy to fix because like Castoria has really steep competition. She's just that broken. Ku doesn't have steep competition. I mean, chat, what is Ku's competition? Right? The idiots out there will say Baldy, but anyone that actually practically uses Baldy, no, it's not. There's no competition, right? Yeah, and Kidu, but that's a 5-star. Like, what 1 to 3 star gives Ku competition? Like, what's another budget unit? Right? Obviously, of course, there's gold units, right? But his competition is a joke. Right? Like, his competition sucks. It's not that he's too good. I mean, he is probably a little too good, but his competition is really, really crappy. So it's a lot easier to fix than Castoria, because it's not like you're going to bring Ku over, you know, bringing Robin when you're fighting a Saber, right? Like, it's nothing that stupid. Kiyohime, okay. Don't start that shit. Alright, we'll go Guts, I think. Guts good. The problem is if they proc my Guts before we make it to the boss, then we're Omega dead. I honestly have no idea if Gwen can do this, and we might need to go Atlas if the timing just happens to work out, but we'll see. My guess is it won't, but I could be wrong. This is a weird stage. Chat, there's someone on Steam named One Kiyohime Buster card, and his Steam profile is just a close-up of a Kiyohime Buster card. So, that's a thing. I'm gonna have to NP, so maybe try to kill the 25k one. Chat, I had so much fun making the video that I made for this. Like, because the gameplay was so nothing, I was like, okay, we're memeing it. And I had so much fun doing that. I'll definitely make more videos like that. It's good practice for editing. Okay, well, he's dead. You know, I should have done my third skill on turn 1 because it'll be all cooldown by the time I get cast again. Like, absolutely in this context. Yeah, this would be quite a hard fight if you had to do that extra million, because the other two health bars are still pretty big. That's the thing, they're still meaty health bars, and then she's got the buff removal gimmick. That's the thing. She does hit really hard. She starts with her NP, and here's the thing: if you break her health bar on turn 1. And I bet you that happened to a lot of people. They broke her health bar on turn 1. She already has her NP because that's the gimmick. And then because you broke her health bar, she removes your buffs and then she NPs you. Right? So, you know, it's a real fight. Like, it's on par with a lot of stuff you might see from like Salem and Shimosa and Lostbelt 3 and all that kind of stuff. It's just because you don't have to do that last health bar, it's not, you know, not really keeping up. It's still an okay fight though. It's not as good as like the final fight or anything, but it's actual content. I don't know if I buff here. There's 7 of them left. Okay, I think I buff, and then I just don't... I should come back naturally. I suspect, by the time I get to Kiyohime.
この剣は太陽の内にあらゆる浮上を清めるオムラの影の
There are 3 real boss fights. in this, and that's the caster, which is pretty easy though. Like, it really is. But it's the caster guy. It's this fight with Kiyohime. Because this is a real fight. Like, it's not as hard as I would like it. But you have to fight these 8 trash mobs, which absolutely wears you down. And then Kiyohime has enough gimmicks that she does matter. So it's, yes, caster guy, it's Kiyohime, and then it's Moriarty. That's it. Oh, wait. No, there's one other one with Siegfried's wife. It's not that hard, but that's a real fight. She does have 3 health bars. She's got a few gimmicks. Like, she starts spamming her MP at the end, and she has buff removal naturally and stuff. I did record that fight, but I didn't make a video for it because I just wanted to get the Moriarty one out first, but I'll make a video for it. I might make it a meme one, though, because it really is not that hard, but we'll see. But yeah, so yeah, there's like 4 real fights, but here's the thing, and chat, if you disagree, I really want to know, because I only have so much perspective on this, but as far as I see it, every single boss fight in 6.5 is easier than every single like noteworthy fight from like Lostbelt 3, right? Like you and Horsebindo and Landling and Horsebindo and Mothman. I think all of those fights, every single one of them is harder than every single one of the boss fights in 6.5. Like I think every fight in 6.5 is like almost good, but just not, right? Like Kiyohime just isn't quite enough. The fight with Siegfried's wife is just not quite enough. You know, Moriarty, same deal. Like they're all, but like you and Horsebindo is still pretty fucking hard, right? And Mothman can be pretty. I mean, yes, Mothman is very cheesable, right? Like by just using an Avenger, you can just solo it with like Jolter. But that's true for like every fight in 6.5 as well. Like that's not any different. Yeah, I don't think Lostbelt 3 is perfect difficulty. I think it was perfect difficulty for where it was at the time. But, things have gotten stronger since then, so I'm okay with things getting a bit harder as they have, like in Lostbelt 5. I actually think Lostbelt 5-2 is pretty much perfect difficulty, in my opinion. Now, individual fights might be too easy if you have X or Y unit, like if you have an Avenger for Zeus and stuff like that. But I think 5-2 is pretty close to perfect difficulty. And Fluffy is... Okay, every once in a while, you do need a boss that's much harder than everything else. Guadia should stand out, things like that. Fluffy should have stood out. The problem with Fluffy is not even how hard he is, it's why he's hard, right? It's not a good, I don't mind Fluffy being an oh shit, right? I think you need a boss like that every once in a while, right? Not often, but I think you do need a boss like that every once in a while. The issue with Fluffy is just the reason he's an oh shit moment is kind of just them strong-arming you too much. Okay, so the assassin, I kind of want to just blast, and then I do, like, quick art on the caster. The assassin can just die. I look like I could have killed. I think I'm overestimating this guy's tanking it. I actually beat the, I did not even know, I knew... Like, I was pretty sure I was gonna fight Siegfried's wife, and you have a preview fight with her, so I kind of knew that's what was happening. But I didn't know like what the gimmicks and stuff were gonna be. But I beat it first try, and like with a complete low star team, like just literally first try. It was very silly. I think it's not what I recorded though. I reset it and did it again just because because I didn't know what her gimmick was gonna be at the end. It was very sloppy. So I slightly redid it, but I beat it on the first try. And actually that happened with Moriarty too. I actually beat Moriarty first try, but the ending was incredibly sloppy, so I redid it. Like that almost never happens. Like if I do 1 to 3 stars, no grailed units, and nothing crazy. And when I do no grailed units, that makes it so much harder for me. Not because I'm not using grailed units, because some of my best units are grailed, right? Like Darius would be better for Moriarty than Lubu, I think. But my Darius is grailed, so I couldn't use them. Right, shit like that. But yeah, when I beat it first try like that, that's not a good sign. Like normally, when you're using units that weak, like collectively, when you have a whole team of just low stars, you normally need to min-max and trial and error and figure some stuff out. But I didn't have to really do that. So that's not good. Why am I casting that? I mean, it might be back in time. Actually, yeah, it will be. But I don't really need the crit here. I'm not sure what my brain was on there. I got all the turns of catch my third skill. Why there? think Fluffy though will be as bad for NA because you guys know it's coming. So, you know, you can work towards it and start like preparing units for it. So I don't think, I mean, there's a degree of trial and error in Fluffy where a lot of people like really underestimate just how much damage he does every single turn. And I think there's like an adjustment period that even if you bring a good team, it might take you a minute to actually play it the right way. So it's still gonna be tough, but I don't think Fluffy will be that bad. I want to make a video for Fluffy though, like I made for King Potato Chips, where I do commentary and I just sit down and I'm like, okay, this is what you do, this is the mindset you need to approach it with, and especially if you're like an unlucky, you know, free to play and you're like on the weaker side. The problem is there's no story replay, so I can't just fight Fluffy whenever. The only account I can fight Fluffy on is the Steno account, which is probably the worst account possible to do some kind of commentary about how to fight Fluffy, right? It's like that's such a bad account for that kind of thing. Okay, so I think me casting Guts might actually lose me this stage, but I think it's going to be one turn off from being ready. Let's see. Okay, so breaking turn 1 is fine. And yes, this is going to be one turn off from being back. So if I cast it one turn sooner, it would have been fine. And we're probably going to lose because of that. I'm not sure I NP here. Obviously, it's nice to do the burn because it adds up. Then start working towards the next NP. But I might be able to do 200k without it. Let's find out. I already messed up by using my guts randomly, which I have no idea why I did that. Wayne, would you like to crit one time? Buddy, you did not need to crit twice. You didn't. You only needed to crit once. And we would have broken the health bar. And you didn't do that. Okay, we gotta increase guard now. It's over. Hey look, we guarded everything, which is actually really good, but it's not gonna matter because I messed up the guts thing and we also didn't break. Wasting points. Actually, I'm not sure I would say Lostbelt 6 is harder than 5.2. Fluffy is harder than stuff in 5.2. The thing is, it's only Fluffy. I mean, the majority of Lostbelt 6 is a joke. It is so easy. You don't even get the opportunity to team build because they just give you preset teams. And I mean, almost everything is a joke. The only fights that matter is Morgan and Fluffy. That's it. I mean, that is it. And Morgan is ultimate. She's a little hard to understand, but she's insanely easy. Like they force you to use Castoria, and I think they force you to bring Mash. And basically, any DPS can work with Mash and Castoria and beat that stage. And I remember I told that to Cairo, and he didn't really believe me. And then he did it. And once he understood the fight better, then he was like, yeah, "Okay, no, I see exactly what you're saying." And it's just true. You can bring any DPS you want and beat Morgan by just using Mash and Castoria correctly. Now, truly, it takes a second to understand what you need to do for that to work, right? You're probably not going to do it first try by any means, but that's ultimately pretty damn easy. I guess Lostbelt 5.2 is not like the hardest thing either. I mean, a lot of units can solo Demeter and things like that. 5.5 is not really that hard. I disagree with that. It's pretty easy. But anyway, Fluffy is harder than anything in 5.2, but I think the average content of Lostbelt 5 is so much harder than the average content of Lostbelt 6 that it's kind of similar in a way. It's just you could get through Lostbelt 5.2 and never really get stuck, where most people back in the day got stuck on Fluffy. Now, I don't think that's going to happen with NA because NA knows. Also, NA got the coin system early. That's not that matters. Like, you getting the coin system early is absolutely going to make Fluffy easier because there are lots of units that have passives that help you against Fluffy, and basically no one had them other than Whales. Dude, this annoyed me. Like, this really annoyed me because when I was doing Fluffy, because I was free to play, there was no way I was getting Ku's anti-Berserker skill because I had already gotten his first passive, and I think that was correct. I think getting Ku's first passive makes more sense because he extra attacks all of the time, and Ku fights every class under the sun. And at the time, we didn't have any really hard berserkers, so I think I made the right call because Fluffy wasn't out yet, right? Coin system existed right before Fluffy came out, like right before Fluffy came out. So I picked his, I had enough coins just for one passive, so I picked extra attack, and then boom, super stupid hard a berserker that the anti-berserker thing is like way better for. And normally your extra attack's good, but it's no good in that fight because your extra attack heals the boss, so it's not worth anything. And so I just made a huge mistake, and that really annoyed me because I saw a bunch of other whales using Ku, and they all had his third passive because they spent like thousands of dollars on story summon. And I mean that just annoyed the shit out of me. That like all these whales who don't even care about Ku that much were using Ku with his anti-berserker passive, and I have bond like 14 Ku, and I don't have the anti-berserker passive, and I physically couldn't get it even if I wanted to. It's just like that's fucking stupid. But that's not going to happen to NA players, right? Like NA players. Oh, I just noticed the game is all like squiggly. It does this sometimes. I might unplug it to fix that, but I'm not going to bother right now. But yeah, I've noticed whenever the game gets all squiggly like this, if I literally just unplug it and plug it back in, it stops doing it. Yeah, no, and the 1 to 2 star guy, and I know that guy's a whale, even though he just uses 1 to 2 stars. That guy actually whales a lot for like CEs and stuff. And I guarantee you that guy rolled story a fuckload to get a lot of the low stars through passives. I guarantee it. Like he probably spent an insane amount of money. And like it's like and that's not like I'm not like, you know, that's not their fault, right? It's just the system, right? And it's just annoying. But what I'm getting at is NA doesn't have to deal with that. You have more time to collect coins anyway, because we only had I think didn't the anniversary happen to mid Lostbelt 6? Because Lostbelt 6 was time gated like crazy. I think it was like in the middle of it that the coin system was added. So we had like, I don't know, you know, a few weeks before Fluffy was added with the coin system. You guys have like a year, so you know you're gonna have way more 3-star coins from like FP summons and whenever you roll and stuff. So it's gonna that's gonna make it much easier. I mean, the thing is, I'm not saying Lostbelt 3 is the hardest thing in the game, but like you and Horsepindo are hard, and people get stuck on that all the time. Like I watch streamers, people get stuck on that fight all of the time. And I have ult accounts, and I've been stuck on that fight. Now, my ult accounts are normally, you know, I'm handicapping the shit out of myself. I've never been stuck on that fight if I was like, time to use everything at my disposal. Like, of course not. Right, I'm always like not summoning, you know, like Merlin and shit, and I'm not, you know, from the friends list, and I'm not using, you know, whatever golds I get a lot of the time. But it's still really hard. And this is like real evidence that Lostbelt 6.5 is easier. I have done Lostbelt 3 multiple times with 1 to 3 stars only, right? I've done that multiple times. And Mothman's hard, you and Horsepindo are hard, and even Landling and Horsepindo is hard. And Lee's hard. Actually, Lee has given me trouble many times in many accounts when I do 1 to 3 star stuff, okay? And when I did 1 to 3 star in 6.5, no grails, nothing, just straight 1 to 3 star stuff in 6.5, I beat every major boss fight without even knowing what it was first try. That almost never happens in FGO. I've been playing this game for a long time, and I pretty much never beat a boss without even knowing what the fuck it is with 1 to 3 stars, right? Like sometimes I'll beat it pretty quick, but I normally have to at least do it enough times to know what the gimmicks are, right? Because I don't look them up online. I don't use the wiki until after the fact. I like to figure out the bosses myself. And generally, if I go into a boss fight completely blind, I bring, you know, no units higher than level 70. It's all 1 to 3 star stuff. I pretty much will never beat a major boss in first try. Now you got like some joke bosses that aren't really that hard, right? Like that, of course, I'll beat those first try. But when it's things like Mothman with his buff removal and his crazy normal card damage, if you don't see that coming, you're not going to bring a setup to counter it. You know, you and Horsepindo, you're not going to know you need to burst down you first, and you're not going to know about the NP seal, skill seal thing that just murders you at the end. You know, Lee, you're not going to know that he has insane normal card damage, a bunch of health bars. You're just not going to know that stuff, right? So you're not going to beat it first try, normally not even second try. But yeah, every major fight in 6.5, I beat first try. And like you could say, oh, you're better at the game now, blah, 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 blah. But really, there's like a cap on how much better at the game you can get. And I think I've been at that cap for a while, and it's not like the units have changed. And again, I'm not using grailed units or anything like that, so I'm not any stronger. And I mean, it was easy. Moriarty was fucking easy. And the fight with Siegfried's wife was fucking easy. I mean, just one try, literally one try. I doubt if I did you and Horsebindo right now with a 1 to 3 star setup, because I haven't fought him in a long time, I probably wouldn't do it in one try. I mean, it would depend, like maybe on the craft essences I have and stuff. But if I did a pure 1 to 3 star setup, no grailed units, none of that, no poster girl, nothing like that, I doubt I would do it first try. I doubt it. Maybe, because I think I remembered it well enough that I think I might be able to do it. But that would be only because I have so much prior knowledge on the fight. Where I could do the boss fights in 6.5, you know, like not touch them for years, come back and do them again in one try, just nothing. I mean, there's nothing to it. They have low stats. They don't have. I mean, what's hard in 6.5? Like seriously. Like here's the thing. I think you would agree with me. Lostbelt 3 may not be the hardest thing ever, but you could easily see why someone could have a problem with, like, at the end, you know, Horsebindo objectively has really, really high damage, right? So he can kill units very, very quickly, and he NP seal and skill seals you. If you're not using, like, Castoria, and well, she didn't even exist back then, but if you're not using, like, really, really strong supports to just kill him crazy fast, you can easily see how you could just get, you know, locked out of doing anything because your skill and NP sealed, and Horsebindo's doing, like, 10k damage per attack, and you're just dead. Right? That's pretty easy to see how that happens. How the fuck is Moriarty going to kill you? He fucking drains his own NP every time you break his health bar, so it's actually hard for him to NP you. He does not do very high normal card damage. He has no, like, buff removal gimmicks. He doesn't do anything. He just stands there and dies. You're debuffing him. Mash you must bring Mash, and Mash actively lowers his damage really often, right? Like, how is that harder than Lostbelt 3? Right? Again, I'm not saying Lostbelt 3 is like the hardest thing that's ever existed, but again, it has some pretty extreme gimmicks, right? Like Mothman, again, if you're not looking shit up online, you're not going to know that he becomes debuff immune, right? You're not going to know that you can't remove his buffs, you know, all that stuff. You're not going to know any of that, and you're not going to know that you're going to break his health bar, he quick charges, NPs, and one-shots you. That's what he does. You're not going to know that. Right, and and even when you do know that, that's a little tricky to deal with, right? You either need taunts or some of the abnormally tanky units, stuff like that. Where you don't have to know anything about Moriarty, and you can beat him very easily because he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything tricky, right? He screws himself over by draining his own NP gauge twice, right? 2 of his health bars both fully drain his NP. And his NP is not that dangerous to begin with. He doesn't quick charge. You know, he doesn't crit particularly hard. He does get a crit gimmick at the very end, but it's almost over, and it still doesn't crit that hard. Mash is debuffing the hell out of him constantly. I mean, this is just easy, right? I think objectively, Lostbelt 3 is more complicated. The enemies hit harder, and they actually have gimmicks. You know, you gets her NP very quickly. She makes Horsebindo not have the Berserker weakness for a while, right? These are things you have to deal with. Lee fucking insta-kills you all the time, has insane normal card damage where he can one-shot a caster very easily. He gets his NP very fast, right? He casts evade a decent amount, right? He's gotten a lot of health bar. It is easy to see why someone could get blindsided by Lee. Of course, it's not that hard to deal with Lee. You can summon a friend's, you know, plot monk or something like that, or... You know, of course, it's not like you're going to be stuck on Lee for like an hour if you're actually trying. Like, of course not. But, like, there's nothing to the 6.5. There's no gimmicks. If anything, I think the fight that is most likely to mess up, like, people, right? The most susceptible people to getting stuck are free-to-plays and new players, right? They have less options. That's why, like, 1 to 3 star stuff is kind of, like, relatable because it's, like, someone that's unlucky, right? The one fight that I could see you getting ganked by, and maybe even struggling to understand a bit and finding the right units to bring, is Siegfried's wife. Even though I did it in one try, I kind of just know how to counter that style of boss, and the answer is taunts. If you've noticed, almost any time there's a boss that has a single target NP and has high normal card damage, taunts are pretty much always the way to make it a joke, right? And because you had the preview fight with her, I kind of figured that was the fight that was coming, and I kind of just assumed, and because I had used her as a playable unit, I knew she had buff removal and single target, and I'm like, taunt counters that. So if I had known that, right, if I didn't have as much knowledge, right, I could see someone not really thinking of to bring taunts, and just kind of getting wrecked by her NP spam and just dying and dying and dying. You know, their units are just dropping like flies. And so that's the one fight I could see there being, you know, a little bit of a thing. See, I think the reason you're not really making any points though, right? Like you're not making any points as to why Lostbelt 3 is harder. Because what I think you have done is, one, you probably did Lostbelt 3 after it came out, or you just used a lot of really meta stuff when Lostbelt 3 came out. And I would agree, if you're gonna, like, if you get to Lee and you've got strong, you know, meta units, especially, you know, Waver, Merlin, any of that stuff, and then you summon a strong meta unit, it's gonna be pretty easy. But that's true for Lostbelt 6.5 too, right? It's not, if you've got a really powerful account, neither Lostbelt 3 or 6.5 are going to be an issue. But there's nothing in 6.5 that would be an issue even if you don't have meta stuff, right? And I think, that, again, the proof is in the pudding, because I literally beat every boss in 6.5 blind with ungrailed 3 stars, right? That is really rare. And I think anyone that does 1 to 3 star stuff would back me up on that. Like Ace of Hearts, all the people out there that do 1 to 3 star stuff. If you do a challenge quest or a hard, like a major one, not an easy one, because a lot of main story fights are a joke, but like anytime you do a real proper main story boss fight and you're doing it blind and it's pure 1 to 3 star, you almost never will do it first try. Like almost never. You have to at least do it 1 or 2 times to just see what the gimmicks are and be like, oh, okay, I need burst, or oh, okay, I need to deal with buff removal here, or, you know, that kind of stuff. And if you're good at the game, you'll know what the answer to those gimmicks are, then you adjust it, and then you deal with it, right? But when you beat something blind, it's because they're not throwing anything tricky at you. Like somebody, the only tricky mechanic in all of 6.5 I can think of is like Siegfried's wife with the buff removal on her NP, and then she spams her NP at the end. If you haven't used her as a playable unit, you don't know she does that, I can legitimately see that fucking someone up and that making it a little bit harder than like some of the other fights in 6.5. That's it. But there's plenty of shit like that in Lostbelt 3, right? There's plenty of shit like that in Lostbelt 3 that'll trip you up the same way. So like I just don't see anything like, and it's not just coming from me. Most people are pointing out how shit 6.5 is in terms of difficulty, and it's not like more difficult equal more fun. Like, right? This is not a scale of 0 to 100. It's not like, oh, it's difficult fun, not difficult boring, right? That's not how this works. But there is a correlation to some degree of difficulty and fun, because I think everyone would agree if all of the bosses and mobs in the game had 1 HP, that would be stupid, right? So that shows that there's some degree of difficulty that needs to exist. For fun, right? And the fact that so many people have pointed out that 6.5 is a joke just shows how much of a joke it is, right? There's just no difficulty here at all. Like even if you're handicapping yourself, or you're doing low star stuff, or you're trying to solo, it's all really, really easy. Where like Lostbelt 3, which again, I didn't pick out Lostbelt 3 because it's the hardest. I didn't. I picked it out because it's kind of in the middle, right? It's got some degree of difficulty to it, but it's nothing super special, right? It's kind of just there, right? That's why I used it as an example, because obviously 5.2 is harder, Lostbelt 6 is harder, right? Obviously, like everyone knows that. But you don't have to put any thought into this to notice that Lostbelt 6 is harder than 6.5. And at first I wasn't really sure, but like, you know, because I brought the question up, right? I wanted to know if people felt like 3 was harder or 6.5 was harder. But as I've thought about it, and I've just looked through, like, you know, the difficulty I've gone through the various times I've done Lostbelt 3, and just how easily I beat 6.5, even with, you know, vanilla 1 to 3 star units, I think 6.5 is actually one of the easier stories they've ever done. For recent content. Obviously it's harder than America, right? It's harder than you know, Orleans and all that kind of stuff. But even Camelot, so Camelot is a little tricky because it is more gimmicky than, like, the gimmicks are actually harder in Camelot, but their stats are lower, right? But the gimmicks absolutely are harder in Camelot than they are in 6.5, but their stats are so much lower that but Camelot relative, you're going to be weaker at the time, etc., so I'm not really sure. Yeah, I would say parts of Camelot are harder, but you know, again, the stats are a lot lower in Camelot compared. There's no break bars. You know, yeah, Mordred's gimmick is pretty extreme. AoE hits all of your units, so taunt won't shut it down, and she NPs every turn. But her stats are so low, you only got to do like 300k, 400k damage, and she's dead. Like, wow, right? Like that's nothing. But yeah, Wolf is obviously not the hardest content in Camelot, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you can burn through a lot of the enemies there, like with just oomph.
我が王には及びませんが
We'll do this Buster just for the Star Bomb. I don't know why I put it in last place though.
この輝きに夜を退け大地を照らすは武剣の
Let's
守
see,
り
Lostbelt 4, there is Limbo and Gajuna, and that's not a joke. That's a real fight. That's a toughie. Let's see, Lostbelt 4. Anything else in Lostbelt 4 that was good? Wow. Maybe not. That is kind of sad. That is kind of sad. The final fight with Gajuna, I would say is a real fight, but it's not that hard. But it is a real fight.
お任せ
Oh, Tree and Ash. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I forgot about that one. Yeah, that's fair. It's not as hard as Limbo and Gajuna together, I would say, but that's still a real fight. And that's, I would say, it's harder than a decent amount of actually, that is harder than the fights in 6.5. Absolutely. Like, there's plenty to learn in that fight. You have to deal with the taunt, they have buff removal, a lot of health bars. Definitely, that's much harder. I mean, hell, I've seen whales get stuck on that fight. Now, that's not that hard of a fight still. That was more of a failure on the whales part, but there's enough gimmicks there to like give you trouble. And like when you do a low star, like 1 to 3 star setup, there's enough to have to like figure out that you're just gonna take a second. Now, there are individual units that like counter it, but that's true for almost every boss fight that's ever existed, right? There are boss fights that counter Lee in Lostbelt 3 really, really hard. There are units that, you know, can solo, you know, most major boss fights and things like that. Even Fluffy, there are units that make it much, much, much easier, like in Kidu and Musashi. Obviously, you're having your own, like, Castoria or Merlin, right? There are units that still make it much, much, much easier. But Fluffy is harder. I mean, Fluffy is definitely the hardest main story fight. I think everyone pretty much agrees with that at this point. Make stars, I suppose. Give me 1 second. I need to grab water real quick. So, I tell you what though, soloing the tree with a single target Lancer is actually very hard. There's very few Lancers that can do it. Who is one of the only ones that can. It is really hard. It's an AoE Lancer. It's actually still hard. It's actually still hard with an AoE Lancer, but it's much, 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 much more reasonable. I can't, back in the day, I actually don't think Enkidu could do it, but Enkidu's been buffed since then, and Enkidu probably can do it now, and certainly if he got good RNG. But you know, yeah, the tree with Ash was stupid hard to solo, back in the day. Yeah, give me 1 second, I need to grab, water. Oh my god, I just remembered the tree was when Razor was like, Ku can't solo this. And I took that personally. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Ku had his buff back then, his first skill buff. So obviously Ku wasn't as strong back then. But yeah, he did it anyway. But yeah, I remember that shit. I was like, what do you mean Ku can't solo this? I was like, yeah, there's a Berserker, but who gives a shit? It was a little hard though, like for real. Like it was a harder fight for Ku than a lot of other ones back then. But But yeah, nowadays, because Q's been buffed, I think it'd be a lot easier, because you can already, if you know what you're doing, you can already like mess with the boss, so it like lowers the odds of it doing the buff removal at a bad time. Oh god, I may not kill this thing. Oh my god. Why? Oh, that's so bad. Because I could have actually survived the Kiyohime turn. Are you, what? He triple attacks and crits me. Oh my god, that's because I got greedy with my star gen. Anyway, because Kiyohime only has 2 actions per turn, so I had enough health that I could potentially live a turn, which should have been really big. But, well, that sucked. That's what I get for being greedy, though. I didn't do a damage combo last turn. I was trying to make stars. It's gonna be a little tricky, though, for Q with his buff, because Q's buff would help, because it makes it easier to sync up your guts loop. And, you know, more damage is always a good thing, but damage isn't that important in that fight, because the thing in that fight is, especially as a single target, you have like, what, 6 health bars to get through, right? So even if you're doing, you know, 9 billion damage per turn, it's still going to take a while. Again, because if you're AoE, you can only do the 1 enemy at a time. Or if you're single target, you can only do 1 enemy at a time. And so doing more damage overkilling a health bar doesn't mean anything, right? Now, I think with the tree at the end, you know, having some extra punch could make you win it a turn faster still. But yeah, okay, hold on. The graphics being all fugly are starting to bug me, so I'm gonna reset real quick and see if I can fix that. It's like random. It's like sometimes when you hook your phone up to this contraption, like sometimes it just does everything right, and sometimes it doesn't. I guess I'll reset my phone too real quick. And then every once in a while the sound is messed up and like really delayed. It's all very silly. Q really is like our single target ST caster, or budget caster. I mean, remember guys when we were doing the 1 to 3 star account with 1 to 3 star craft essences, and we were on Lee in Lostbelt 3? Our most effective unit was Q, right? And it's just, now I think that was before Babbage got buffed though. I can't remember. It might have been around there. Because with Babbage being buffed, I'm not sure that'd be true anymore. And Caster Q's been buffed, right? So there's like more, the casters are better now. But I don't know though, like Q is still like way ahead of most of the casters there, because they're AoE and blah 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 blah, and he has more survival than them. You just didn't want to level Babbage's skills. I probably couldn't level Babbage's skills at the time, I would imagine. Because, you know, 1 to 3 star account. I really do need to play that account again someday. It's just, like, it can handle Lostbelt 4, although Limbo and Gajuna, I think, will be very hard. I think that account is going to get so stuck on that fight. That just counters what that account is about so much. Like, that's tough. I know that fight is not easy on budget setups. It absolutely is not. Like, to this day, it's harder than, like, most of the content that comes out. Like, for real, I think the 1 to 3 star account, there's really, yeah, okay, I know the 1 to 3 star account well, because you get stuck on bosses for, like, a week, right? I am extremely confident that the 1 to 3 star account could do 6.5 right now. Right now, I could jump on, do 6.5 with the 1 to 3 star account, and it would be easy. I mean, it would, I don't think a single fight would trip me up. Like, I don't think a single fight would give me even a slight problem. I would just bulldoze it. If I was on the same account and I did God, Juna, and Limbo, I think I'd be fucked. I would be stuck on it for like a really long time. You have to do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. And even though I already beat you in Horse Bindo, if I had to go do it again, I'd be stuck on it for a really long time. And we're stuck on Mothman right now. Although I haven't actually tried it, but I know it's going to take a lot of effort. This is the wrong account. This is my main account. While I'm here, I might as well make some apples. I should have done that earlier, but whatever. I guess I'll do my FP summon too. What do you think is harder to do, 1 to 3 star only, or using double Phantom for everything? 1 to 3 star. Because, well, hold on. It depends. So, if you do 1 to 3 star with the way I do, which is with 3 star craft essences, the 3 star thing is much harder, and I think the Phantom guy would agree with me on that, because the double Phantom thing is never going to get stuck on something like the fucking Landling Horse Bindo fight. You don't get stuck on that stuff at all, right? Because your supports can be so good and the other units can be so good. It's fine, right? Like, it's literally fine. Now, it's still a bitch. I'm not saying the double Phantom thing is like an easy challenge. It absolutely is not. It's a pain in the butt. But because you're able to use like the best supports in the game and stuff, it's really not that bad. And the 1 to 3 star with 3-star craft essences is bullshit. And it not only is it bullshit, but I think it physically cannot do a bunch of stuff, right? Like, there's a lot of challenge quests you just could not beat no matter what. It just would not happen. Outside of maybe getting, Miracle RNG or something. But, like, some of the challenge quests, there's just absolutely no way. Like, just not a fucking chance. Now, if the 3 stars are allowed to grail themselves, and they're allowed to use whatever CEs they want and stuff, then I would say it's probably the other way around. But yeah, because like on the 1 to 3 star account, that's the hardest thing I've ever seen. Like, I mean that. I think doing 1 to 3 stars only with 1 to 3 star craft essences is the hardest thing you can do outside of things that are impossible. Because obviously you could say 1 to 2 stars with 1 to 2 star craft essences, but that's just impossible. Like, I mean, it's just like the 1 to 2 star guy uses fucking poster girl and Yang CE and all that. It kind of, because you have to. They're so nerfed, you have to. But yeah, it's 3-star craft essences are just cancer. I mean, I don't think most people, even though they hear me say it all the time, I really don't think people realize how much of a handicap it is if you're using 3-star units and 3-star craft essences. It's like the craft essences hurt you so much because this is something most people have never experienced because you normally are using stronger supports and also just stronger craft essences. When you do 3-star craft essences only, there's no option. You cannot go quickly and do damage. You cannot do that. And if you haven't noticed, there are a lot of boss fights in this game that's exactly what you need. You need to go fast and you need to hit really hard. That you physically cannot do that with 3-star craft essences and 3-star units, especially if they're not grailed, etc., etc. You just can't. Right? If you bring Leyline or Jeweled Sword, you now have a craft essence that has very low attack stat and has no offensive bonus on it whatsoever. No attack up, no buster up, no NP up, nothing. Right? If you pick Ryoto Temple or Black Keys, you are still barely doing any damage, but you have some damage up, but then you have no starting NP. And because you're low stars, you don't have Waver, Castoria, crap like that. You don't have anything. So the game becomes outrageously difficult when you can't go fast and you can't do high damage. You can't, you really can't do either of them, even when you like focus on one or the other. But there's no middle ground, and then a lot of fights require you to do that exact thing. And it is very, very difficult. It's getting easier though because they're starting to buff some 3-stars. So as time goes on, that might change. But I mean, I guess they buff Phantom too, so that makes that easier as well. But one thing that would really help, though, the 1 to 3-star account is if I farmed like a motherfucker, right? Because here's the thing, that whole Phantom gimmick, that's hit that dude's main account, right? Because he's a crazy fucking nut job. That's his main account that he does that on. So that's where his farming is happening. And that's where he gets all the units and stuff. If you try to do the Phantom gimmick on some stupid alt account that you don't play and you barely farm, you're fucked. Because you're not going to have good craft essences. You're not going to have Castoria. You're not going to be 10-10-10 on every unit possible, right? You're going to have a bunch of random low stars that are like 4-4-4 and then like maybe Cope Scope. Like, oh yeah, that'll work, right? So yeah, the double Phantom thing can become significantly harder depending on context, right? Because even the 1 to 3-star thing can become easier depending on context because if you're going to do 3 stars only and 3-star craft essences only, but you play, everyone's going to be 10-10-10 because you have a smaller roster. All those 3-star craft essences are going to be level 60 and that'll help, things like that, right? So yeah, it just depends. Yeah, double Phantom, if you've got all the bells and whistles, is not so bad. I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking bad. But I don't think it's as bad. And the proof's in the pudding. Okay, the sound's fucked up. Let me see if I can fix that. But I think the proof's in the pudding because the whole 1 to 3-star shtick has gotten stuck on some pretty basic bitch stuff that you know, even Double Phantom doesn't get stuck on. But yeah, Double Phantom is still a bitch, like absolutely. Yeah, that comma fight without nerfs with 3-star craft essences, no. Nope. Like 3-star units, 3-star craft essences, no. Like, you will never do it. Unless you just get, I mean, the best RNG on the planet. But even then, I'm not sure that would be possible. Like, really, if you ever want to suffer, just try it. Just for like a month. You know, just make an account, only use 3-star craft essences, only use 3-star units, no grails. And you'll get, once you get to just Camelot, you'll feel it. And then once you start getting to Lostbelts, you're gonna super feel it. Oh, used SQ? Okay, I mean, to be honest, the comma no nerfs thing is, I mean, that is a really hard fight. Okay, so if I crit, we break. If I don't crit, we don't. And I could just NP and not deal with it. I mean, 20, 40, 40, it's pretty random. But yeah, I recommend watching the Phantom guy. He's awesome. He's a great sport, cool guy. And it is a really unique challenge. And that's what's cool about the Double Phantom thing, is it's just so unique. You have to deal with weird obstacles that you normally wouldn't, right? Even on the 1 to 3 star, you know, bullshit, there is times where you can still kind of just fight something in a straightforward way. You're using the right classes, right? Where with Double Phantom, you end up doing these just weird things that you just would not normally approach the game that way. Oh god, I don't know what to do here. I guess I'll just NP. Like, fuck it. Just get it done. Dude, he played out. I think he might still be playing Elden Ring, but his Phantom build in Elden Ring is hilarious. Oh my god, I'm not sure. No, okay, we got it. I was about to say. Might have still needed a crit there. Look at her trying to remove defensive buffs when I don't have any. Oh my god, she procs the stun. The odds of that are so bad. What the fuck, game? Maybe we do bring Atlas then, but I don't think you bring a setup to counter the stun. It's so rare. And she's only going to NP the one time, and like the stun chance is trash. And we have magic resist. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is our magic resist versus the stun? Because if your magic resist eclipses their stun chance, you can't get stunned. That's the thing. Hold on, I need a George. And she doesn't have a gimmick here to like boost her debuff success chance. So, it's actually better than I thought. It's 50. Yeah, it is better than I thought it was. I thought it was lower than that. Let's see. What is our magic resist? Our magic resist is B. So we are obviously favored not to get stunned. But it is just bad luck. Now, there's two ways we can approach this. You can bring the CE or the Mystic Code to get rid of it, or you bring the Craft Essence that has stun immunity on it. But I guess, I don't know, that's tricky. Like really, you can just go until you don't get stunned, but you know, she's got like a 38% chance of stunning us or something. And I could do Atlas, but I'm not big on Atlas here. We might be able to win regardless of the stun, actually. All right, you know what? Let's try. I shouldn't have given up. You don't have to do the final health bar, so. Yeah, there's a command code with immovability. What's the effect called? It's like what is it? They have a term for all of them. For charm, stun. What is it? I'm having a brain fart. Immobility or something like that. I don't remember what. I don't remember. I gotta look. It's something like that. But anyway, yeah, they've got like a blanket term for charm, petrify, stun, and weirdly card seal for some reason. And the command code blocks all of them. So. It might be immobilized. That's probably what it is. It's probably immobilized. That would make sense. I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's the one. Or incapacitate. Yeah, Max might be incapacitate. I don't know. It's one of these words. I just messed up. I wasn't supposed to attack that assassin. I was supposed to attack the other one because that one's gonna die to the NP anyway. Hopefully that won't matter. I'm taking forever to actually do this boss because I'm talking so much, barely playing, and we're making mistakes. And also, I reset there when I don't think I needed to. I was just salty that I got stunned. Immobilization. Honestly, because of the Japanese language, like I don't know. Obviously, you got NA, so whatever NA goes with, I guess you could say is the official term. But I mean, they went with Ultria, so I don't know about that one. But anyway, the Japanese language is just so subjective that you could probably use incapacitate or, you know, immobilize or whatever. Probably depends more on the sentence than anything else. I don't think I really need the buff here, like I did last time. But I know it'll come back off cooldown, so I might as well. 28k one has the most health. Yeah, the problem. Okay, here's the whole issue. Nasu just doesn't understand English, and I mean I don't have to explain this. I'm preaching to the choir. Japan has these issues all the time, where you know LR issues, and then not understanding the difference between the way they pronounce things and the way that's spelled, versus how if it's spelled that way and we pronounce things, right? It's not like it's a problem that they pronounce things differently than we do. That's just how language works. I mean, people in the UK don't pronounce things the same thing as people in Australia or in America, right? That's just part of language, no big deal. The issue is they pronounce things in a different way, and then they spell it in a way that like makes sense to them, but makes no sense to any other English-speaking country. Because here's the thing, you can hear it when they say Artoria, be it the voice actress that plays her or Type Moonstaff, they say Artoria, right? But how they want to spell that is not the way we want to spell it, and it's just a whole stupid thing. And the thing is, Nasu's kind of always said it was supposed to be spelled that way, so he's like dying on that hill now, and it's just dumb, right? Like it's all very silly. Do I want a BB chain, a caster? Nah, kill the assassin. And hell, in different areas in the UK, people pronounce things and say things very differently. How they even spell things differently. It's just the way it is. And in America, right, people in the north and the south pronounce things differently a lot of the time. I mean, a lot of Americans get this crazy idea in our heads that somehow we're the definitive version of the language because we're like the most influential country, which we are, but that doesn't mean we're the definitive version of the language. I mean, we say water for crying out loud. It's water, right? But we say water, which, I mean, that's fine. There's nothing, you know, it's natural part of language that, you know, people pronounce things differently. But for God's sakes, you know, there's nothing definitive. Like Americans have accents and they just don't realize it. They're like the only country like that I have found, right? Like we're the only people that have a goddamn accent and we don't know it. We think this is just English somehow and everyone else is weird, right? Like it's nuts. Where like Australians know they have an Australian accent. They get it. Where Americans for some reason don't. I don't even know why. It's just some weird thing that's happened. I mean, obviously, I'm generalizing. It's not all Americans. It's just I've noticed that a lot of Americans, for some reason, think we're like the textbook standard of language. And there is no textbook standard of language. That's the thing. It's never been that way. It's always changing and shifting. There's always different pronunciations. You go back to caveman days, people grunting and pointing at rocks. We can have people disagreeing over which grunt is supposed to be used over which rock. It never changes, right? Language is always like that. Even a Hollywood accent, that is still an accent. That's not how people talk in New Zealand. That's not how people talk, you know, in Ireland. And there's nothing about a Hollywood accent that is any more legitimate than an Irish accent. It's just the way you're speaking. Like there's nothing about a Hollywood accent that is like the god of language descends from the sky and smites the stone, and in the stone it says this is how you like no, that's nonsense. There's nothing more legitimate about how like people talk on the news or in America or Hollywood compared to how an Irish guy speaks or someone from Australia or any. It's all just made up bullshit. Like literally, where do you think like words like ain't and your came from, for God's sakes? So I don't even mind that like Japan pronounces a lot of English words in a weird way. That's fine. That does not bother me. But what annoys me is like when they're I don't even care if they want to spell it in their country in a way that they think will translate to the people in that country to understand it. That's all fine. But when you're localizing a game, it really is different, right? Because the point of localization is taking what you're trying to convey in this culture and convey the same idea in another culture. That's generally the idea of localization, right? And so what they're doing with Artoria's name is not that, right? Yeah, the Medusa one. That one they eventually changed because, you know, that one, it's not even, they didn't even make up that name, right? Artoria they literally made up, right? Because it's Arthur, for God's sakes. Although they spell Arthur wrong a lot of the times. Oh my God, Vol sent me a picture from like a shop in Japan where they had merchandise, because you know, Fate's huge in Japan. They had merchandise for Arthur, and they spelled his name in like some insane fucking way. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. But the thing is, they normally will listen to their localizers with like Arthur, because, you know, Arthur is a set thing, you know, and how it's supposed to be spelled for like a really, really long time in like all English-speaking countries. It's like kind of been agreed upon eventually. Even though in its day, Arthur was spelled in different ways. So, but anyway, so they'll normally listen to the localizers on that one. I think the reason why Artoria is like the hill they're dying on is because they made up Artoria, right? Like so they're more stupid about it. So like Medusa, they changed it. Arthur, they changed it. But yeah, it's very silly. And then you also have typos, right? Remember when, what was Billy's typo? I'm trying to remember. I think they cut an L, I think. It was either they cut an L or they cut the Y. I can't remember, it was a while ago. But yeah, I remember when Billy, like literally down at the bottom there, underneath your NP gauge, they had Billy's name wrong in the NA version. Oh yeah, and Regend, that was a thing for a little while. They patched that one though. And Hey King. Okay, I want to make stars, but that screwed me over last time. And I've already taken more damage this time. I'll do this. This should still kill. And we got a 70% crit. I mean, we're still so low in health, we're not tanking anything, but I need to stop resetting for no reason. We've never even like lost yet, so I need to just play. I mean, Regend was so like endearing that people just call him that anyway, but it is supposed to be Legend of the Samurai, not Regend of the Samurai. But again, that one, they can't really argue with the localizers, right? They can't. Like, there's nothing, they have no ground to stand on. But because Artoria is technically OC, I think that's why they're like that. Bill, yep. Alright. I have a good crit chance. I have a 90% chance to crit. I don't think I NP then. And then we crit with the 10%, and we don't... So, okay, you might say, well, no harm. You crit with the 10%, but you didn't crit with the 90. No, there is harm, because the crit multiplier, you know, doubles your damage, and then the card in third place has much higher base damage. So obviously multiplying that one is much better. Dude, this game is stupid. This game is fucking stupid. She has such a low chance to stun us because of magic resist. Like, on principle, I'm not having that. That is so stupid that she did that twice. That is so fucking stupid. I think I'm just gonna bring Atlas or the command code, because it doesn't. The thing is, the reason I don't want to do this is because I know the second I do this, she's not gonna stun me, and I'm just wasting my time. But I mean, that is so fucking stupid. Like that. And I'm not even sure we lose because of that. Although we do Guts would proc because of the dot, and then we get attacked. Actually, we probably would lose because of that. You know, I have an extra guts, like it's only 1 health bar, but that is just, I'm so done with that. That is so fucking stupid. Like, she only has a 50% chance, but then we have magic resist, so she has, you know, her odds of landing it are not very good, right? We are favored not to be stunned. Now, they didn't up the stun chance. People always act this way when they see small sample size stuff, right? And the short, because like every time I did this on my other accounts, I killed it with people that weren't Ku. I never even got stunned once. I actually forgot she had the stun because I literally, I did it with like Proto Ku and a few other units. Never got stunned a single time. But yeah, and over here we're getting stunned, and I swear, I think one of the units I used, I don't think even had magic resist, and they never got stunned. So yeah, it's just bullshit. Yeah, well, I wasn't gonna reset, but you know, 1, that was just too stupid, and 2, I needed it wouldn't work if it was like this guts. It'd be fine, right? Like, legit, I think Gwen can beat this if you get a little lucky and then you don't bring a gut CE and you get stunned. What you would do is, on the turn you get stunned, you would either cast one of your other survival skills, like you brought evade or invulnerability, or you cast the bigger guts. That way, you know, the stun just wouldn't, like, you could cast it prior when you got impede. So you come back with 4,000 health, right? But really, actually, I think I don't even know why I'm not changing. I'm being stubborn. Like, I want to just beat it with what I'm using. But I'm straight up doing this wrong. I don't need guts. I think you can beat this fight fast enough. You don't need a gut CE. And the gut CE is actually bad if you are going to get stunned, because then you can't cast another guts, because it'll no effect. And then the dot will kill you. And then you get attacked and you die. Where if I didn't bring this, I could just, you know, cast this guts on me so that wouldn't happen. Or I could bring default and just cast evade on that turn, because the buff removal's already happened. Like, I could cast his guts when the buff removal happens, and then cast the evade on the turn that I'm stunned. And I think you can probably just win next turn. So yeah, I'm fighting the stage wrong, but like, this happens a lot, especially when I'm streaming, where I wanna like, fix the mistake I'm making and not change the setup, right? I want to do it the right way with the setup that I'm trying to do it with, because you can. But it's kind of bad when you're streaming because I'm talking so much. It's taking us like an hour to do a attempt. I forgot to do this skill. I think I can cast it here and get it back. God damn it. This is what I'm talking about, dude. There's no way I would have made this mistake if I wasn't streaming, and now I have to do it again. It's like I waited 3 turns and I didn't cast my third skill. By the way, this is a huge part of, like, 1, I don't like the backseating, but this is a huge part of why I don't stream really hard content, because it's like you have to be so particular when you're doing like low star stuff. Like, I mean, you have to be so fucking particular, and when you're streaming, it's impossible to be that particular. Like, you're gonna be distracted and you're gonna forget to do something. Because there's just, when you're not streaming, you're not even talking, right? So you have nothing to do with your brain other than focus on the game. So you're not going to make like a really obvious mistake like not casting that. Also, something I do is if I'm recording a video, actually, funnily enough, I could do this if I wanted to, but I wouldn't. When I am recording a video for YouTube, I make sure I'm not listening to music, I'm not watching a YouTube video, I'm not doing any of that. I couldn't do that anyway with the recording setup I have right now. If I was watching like a YouTube video on my second monitor, my setup would pick up the sound, and obviously that wouldn't be good. But even if I could, I wouldn't. I always make sure if I'm recording a video, I'm completely focused on what I'm doing. Now, when I'm farming, I might be, you know, playing a different game, reading, watching YouTube, doing laundry, whatever. And then so sometimes when I'm farming, I do make really stupid mistakes because I'm not streaming. But that's not as bad because a lot of times farming is just really easy. I think everyone's done that at some point. When you have a farming setup that works very smoothly for a hard challenge quest, and then you just do something incredibly dumb, like you just click the wrong skill, or you NP with the completely wrong unit, or whatever. But yeah, if I'm doing a challenge quest and I'm recording it, and it's like, it's not easy, it's like 1 to 3 sort of setup, I always make sure I'm not doing anything, I'm just completely focusing on every little thing. That way I'm min-maxing even small stuff, like who's most likely to die first because of the normal card damage from the boss, or like, you want to be thinking about that stuff, it helps. But oh my god, when I'm streaming, it's not always a shit show. Sometimes I get kind of in a mode where I make sure I'm still focusing on the game a lot while I'm playing, but it's still distracting. But sometimes when I'm streaming, dude, I am just not concentrating on the game at all. Especially like on this one, I'm really struggling on this stage because this is actually really boring. I should have just beaten this and moved on. This stage is just fucking boring. And the problem is these trash mobs are so boring, they cannot grab my attention over chat, right? Chat is way more interesting than the trash mobs. And so I'm misplaying on these trash mobs a lot. And it makes this a lot slower than it needs to be. Probably do Buster. Actually, maybe I should have Buster Chain. Never mind. The 8 trash mobs is just so... Yikes. I mean, it makes the stage much harder because it does wear your unit out and you have to think about maybe catching your skills early, but maybe not. But it's boring. Okay, I need to do this next turn, but not on these guys. I don't know, maybe I should just Buster Chain these guys. Do like low roll and don't crit. And you're doing like a quick attack. I think we'll kill him. And making stars is good. Wow, we almost died to the mobs here. That's crazy. We've had a time where I could have had like 8,000 health at the end, and then now we're down to 2,000, so there's massive variance there. At least in the way I'm playing it. Yeah, if the caster proc guts, that'd have been really nasty. If he had double crit, he might have. That'd have been caster H. Okay, for God's sakes, let's do this right. It's not even an RNG thing, it's just a don't be dumb thing. Okay, 20, 50, 80 should definitely be enough that I don't NP. I think if my crit chances are really bad though, you should NP. So you get rid of the RNG. So you've seen we only need to crit the one time, but if the crit is the first attack, I mean it broke, we did it earlier, but you're cutting it close. Where, if the crit is second or third, then you're really not going to cut it close. Okay. I guess here's the thing. Okay, we do this first, and we see what our crits are like. 60-90. I think that's enough that we want to do this gut. So we have to remove the dot, or we... Oh, this sucks. Yeah, Gwen is actually too good for this. We could have beat this so long ago. Because this fight really rewards burst damage. And Gwen is so much burst damage, so that this is gonna be kind of a joke. Yeah, we could have won this so long ago. Because this is so burst damage. There's only the 2 health bars, you don't have to do the other one. Like, wow. Yeah, we're done. We don't even need this guts. This guts doesn't even matter. Like, it's over. That's so dumb, right? Like, there are some units it's hard for because you absolutely can get ganked because of the defense removal. And most units aren't as bursty as Gwen, so you don't necessarily go that fast. But yeah, that's so easy for Gwen. You know what's funny though, chat? So if you had to fight that last health bar, I don't think Gwaine could do it. You maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think Gwaine could do it. But he did those first 2 health bars easier than Ku. But Ku could do the million HP at the end. So the first 2 health bars are absolutely easier on Gwaine. You can just boom, boom, done. But then you're going to run out of gas and not really do anything. So if the million HP at the end would just be like, no way. Where Ku has a harder time with those first 2 health bars. Well, really only though because you have to like delay and not break the first health bar right away because you don't want to have PFA get yeeted. But you know, Ku has to like actually work on those first 2 health bars, but then you still have enough value, you just keep going and you can deal with the last one. But yeah, it's just one of those things like burst versus sustain, where it's just the 2 health bars. Gwaine is actually better than Ku there, but then if the fight keeps going, then Gwaine is way, way worse. Canis, I think, would have a hard time with the full fight. It's not going to be easy at the end. Like, it's still really tough. Like, I think Canis could get really close, but her kind of survivability is a bit rough there. Yeah, okay, with the Yang CE, then yes, I would say, because you have time to get your starting NP from the mobs, and then your total value is really high there. So yeah, that I would say so. Yeah, Gwaine might be able to do the million HP if you brought his setup more aimed for it, and especially if Gwaine was maybe 120, then I would say he's got a shot. But that I mean, million HP is a lot, and we'd already used Anniversary Blonde, right? That was a huge part of our value. What about Burgess? That would probably not go very well, to be honest, because Burgess has less burst damage than Gwaine, so the beginning's harder. She doesn't have survivability that ignores the defense removal. So that's bad, and then she actually doesn't really have any hard survival. So that's it's not looking so good. She could probably do the first 2 health bars though, but even that's going to be a little bit trickier than normal just because the type of unit that she is. But I think she could do it. But I don't think she could do the million. I just don't see how. Like, I think she would just get smacked. It's funny though, because Burgess can solo the Edmund 7-wave gauntlet, which is pretty. You know, most people would see that as really hard, but the thing is, the 7-wave gauntlet is just rewards having like soft, long-term survival so much that it's like it's actually kind of easy to solo it if you have that kind of toolkit. Where that fight we're just doing is not like that at all. It doesn't reward soft survival in any way. It's so bursty. Yeah, even if you could solo that stage, you'll probably just die to Hime. It's a shame though we can't actually do the million HP, because that'd be good. Like, that'd be a good fight at that point. Like, that'd be awesome. I forget which stage this is because there's LOL question mark. I don't remember it being anything of note, but I have no idea what is actually worth bringing in terms of fun, because I have no idea why they make question mark stages. By the way, like I don't get the point. It doesn't do anything. Because, okay, sometimes they do it, and it's not even like a stage that matters. But at that point, it's like, okay, then why do it, right? If it doesn't matter, if it's so easy, it doesn't matter that they know what the classes are, then why bother, right? And if it's hard, if it's like a really hard bit of content, then why the fuck would you, like, that's just wasting AP, right? Like some of the demon pillars, right? You might just bring the complete wrong setup because you have no idea what you're doing. But I don't remember there being anything hard after Kiyohime, so they're probably just obscuring the classes to be stupid. I don't think this is going to be anything difficult. If it happens to have the Berserker dudes in it, then I kind of want to bring a stall setup so we can actually see the Berserker's animations. If it's not a stall setup though, I will regret bringing a team with no damage. So we'll find a happy medium here. Like, I want to look at the Berserker's animations again, because I think people are wrong about it being like a reskin of like Hercules and shit like that. I don't think it's any of that nonsense. It might be a reskin of something, but all the ideas I've seen thrown out I think are incorrect. So what's a balance of survivability, but then if I need to do damage, I can do damage. Let's see. What does both here? Achilles could do both, it's just assassins are bad, but now Achilles is bad because you're already using a rider. So Gwaine it is. That makes no sense, and he's not even good for survivability, but I'm doing it anyway. You can't stop me. I'll do that, and then we'll do literally whatever the fuck. Guess we'll give him damage too. Everyone's actually a damage dealer. No one cares about Mash. Just do that, and then I don't know that, and give me Bond on Gil. Sure. I need to use Gil more, dude. He's one of my favorite characters in all of Fate, and I never use him because he's a 5-star, and everyone has this perception that he's broken, even though he's not at all. He's good, but I mean, 0 survivability when you're not using like Merlin is actually a huge drawback. But yeah, I don't really ever get to use him, which sucks because he's awesome. I need to just make like some one-off videos that are designed to be using Gilgamesh, right? Not so much for like the boss fight or whatever. I don't think any of the stuff in the back row is gonna matter. I have no idea why I'm giving that to Gil, but it's not gonna... I know this isn't a boss fight. I don't know what the hell it is, but I know it's not a boss fight. Cause I would have remembered that if there was a boss fight after Kyo. It's probably just some stupid crap that doesn't amount to anything. I wonder what these guys are on about. Like, if they're actually fighting. Cause I know you never fight them in gameplay. The pirates and the samurai and all that. I think we're getting ready to get to the part where you just fight the generic servants over and 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 over. Why is she still alive? Or was that a memory? I don't even know. Oh, there's our assassin bro again. Nope, she's still alive. Chad, if you ever feel useless, remember that 100 Face was in this story. I mean, it's not a spoiler. We're already at the point in the story where you know, and like it's already been a thing a bunch. Nothing really spoilery about it, anyway. Face did more here than Mordred did in Lostbelt 3. Actually true, but not by a lot. Face has had a pretty bad last couple of years. Got cut from Camelot. Obviously got wrecked in Fate Zero. The only servant that really has a bad time in Fate Zero. Never really been used in FGO for anything significant. It sucks, they're such a unique character. And they don't get any love. It's so messed up. Oh, I remember this stage now. You just stall. This is, it's nothing. Like, literally nothing happens. Like, they literally give you guts, for God's sake. So you just have to, like, live. I don't remember how long, but you just have to live a little bit. I wish they'd made it where you had to, like, kill a certain number of enemies or something. That would have been a lot more fun. I probably should have buffed there. Like, that was a nice hand. But, I mean, it just doesn't matter. Hopefully there's a berserker here, though. I don't think it's physically possible to kill all of the units here because I'm pretty sure the stage ends. So you're never, it just doesn't matter, like the stage ends. What I don't remember is if they refill, if you like refill before the turn ends, because then you can do one of those setups where, you know, you try to NP 3 times as many turns as humanly possible. And those are kind of fun to do every once in a while. But the problem is, this is what I don't like. Every time they do that, they do it in a stage that doesn't matter. You don't actually need to do it. I kind of liked it in the event because you got more reward. The more you killed, the more reward you got. But every other time they do a stage like that, it's just for fun. And then the kind of setup that works is pretty much the same. So, yeah, I don't think they really do a great job with that concept. Probably should have done hard art. I don't know if he's gonna get him that. Yeah, no, not even close. I think Wayne didn't even kill there. So yeah, if you did like a meta setup, you could kill a lot of these guys, especially if they refresh on the same turn. Let's find out if they do. It literally doesn't matter if they do, but I would still like to know. Oh, they do. So, yeah, you wanted to, you can kill a crap load of them. Qingdong is so good at stages like this. Because he can throw out damage and then kill a unit to help you cycle. Although in this stage, they have enough health that Qingdong actually may not be super good. Oh hey, there's a Berserker. Unfortunately, there's no way to give that Berserker multiple actions per turn. That is not, I don't think that's anyone's animation. I think people are stupid and they're just blending things together. I cannot think of a single unit that attacks like that. There are attacks that are similar to it, but that is, I don't think that's anyone's attack. Like that, first off, I've seen people say it's like the Goblin Jaguar guys. It's not, like the guys with the maces. I've seen that attack plenty of times. That is not it. That is absolutely not it. Yeah, that's known. I don't think anyone attacks like that. Yeah, the way he's standing looks similar to Beowulf, but it's not how Beowulf stands. And Beowulf, I've seen Beowulf's attacks enough. He absolutely does not attack like that. That is not a Beowulf attack. Like, you know, it's similar in style to some other units' attacks, but it's not like the actual sprite work of the other units. Okay, let's not kill the Berserker. I'll put in slow-mo here. I gotta be careful, actually. If I want to do that art, but I could actually target switch and kill the Berserker on accident. So let's just do something really stupid on this turn so we don't do that. Yeah, Freedom Planet has pretty damn good soundtrack. The bad guy in that game is so much cooler than the main cast. I think the main cast sucks. But no, that is not a Hercules or a Beowulf attack or another trash mob. Like, absolutely not. Because like that third hit, he's hitting with both swords. That's just not a thing. Like, Beowulf doesn't even do that. Like, no way. Now, there may be another unit that does that attack that I'm just not thinking of. But all of the units I've seen chat bring up, and from what I've seen in my YouTube comments, are all wrong. Like, that absolutely is not any of those animations. Yeah, as far as I can tell, that's just a new animation. Now, what they may have done is taking another animation and then just twinked it. Like, what they might have done is taken Beowulf's animation and then twinked it to have the double slash at the end, or something like that. That I could see. So it's, like, similar, but it's not the same. Let's see if our boy can... So I guess technically you could mash NP here, but honestly, just for the fun of it, I'm gonna just use Constantine's NP here. We'll keep them alive to show their NPs. Not kill anything. What's the least damage I can do? Probably that. It's weird though, because most of these trash mobs, they really did put a bit of effort into, more so than typical trash mobs, except the assassin. I'm very confused. When you look at especially the Saber, Berserker, and Lancer, it's like, okay, yeah, a little bit of effort there. But then the assassin is just like, yeah, the copy paste 100 face generic clone. Like, what? Spin. So he has armor ignore, which completely wrecked. Oh shit! Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, man, I love these trash mods. I forgot that's what his NP was. Wow, the stage ends that quick. But chat. Now that we've seen all of their NPs, does anyone else feel like they intentionally made the Saber's NP look more powerful because Sabers are supposed to be the strongest class? Because I really feel that way. Like, he's got a pretty big blast there. Like, that's pretty meaty. Where, like, the Berserker one is clearly smaller, even though it's a big blast type NP again, right? The Lancers, although looks really cool, it's just like, you know, hits one little area, there's a little, you know, stun, it's like more tricky, right, like how Lancers normally are, right? I think they legit wanted the Saber to be like, you know, big, you know, blast, you know, be a little bit more impressive there. And then for some reason, the Assassins, he just stabs you. Like, there's nothing, no glow, no blood, no, like, hits your heart, none of that. He just stabs you. It's terrible. And then the Assassin's crit, his crit animation, at least has a little like purple flame on it, so that's a little better. Okay, one of our boys in peeing. One of the lads. Uh-oh. Blueberry. What? Aren't they on the same side? Is she betraying us? As far as I was, is she a traitor? That must be so awkward, especially if he's not a traitor. Man, Vlad just cannot catch a break in this story, dude. Is this what it feels like to be Hercules in like literally any story? Do anybody know what's going on here? I haven't seen this bit translated, so kind of confused. It's Constantine's chains? I mean, she's the one, is she like the one applying it? Like what, cause like, that really looked like she like walked up to him and then that happened. So is she like on their side? Like what's the deal here? She's gonna take Vlad to Constantine in exchange for their lives, so she's a bitch is what I'm getting out of this. No faith in her own side, tisk tisk tisk. Hi Artemis. What's that for? This is obviously a flashback. Man, best boy, by the way. So, not that I have a problem with Lostbelt 5, and Ricky was like the best, but I'm kind of curious why we're having a flashback here. It was Dawn there the whole time, and he ran away. I feel like they made that up. Like, I really don't think when they wrote Lostbelt 5, they thought of that at the time. And they definitely made that shit up, but I'm guessing what's happening is he was a coward back then, and now he's like, I don't want to, you know, chicken out again. Look at this Chad right here. I love that Orion emote, it's great. The thing is, it is easy to plan it if they did plan it, but the thing is, if they had planned it, they probably would have like shown a silhouette of the character or something like that at one point. They didn't hint at it, they didn't foreshadow it, they didn't do anything. And yeah, I don't think they planned that. I really don't. I think they made that up. Because again, it's so easy to have foreshadowed that. Like, it's so easy to foreshadow that, and they didn't in any way, not even a little bit. Unless I'm forgetting something, which I might have. I read all of Lostbelt 5 twice, actually, but it's been a while, so I may have forgotten something. Like they might have mentioned something about people running away, but not like a duo servant, for God's sakes, or even a servant. Like obviously, you know, certain people chickened out, but I mean, to be fair, it's not like it's a plot hole, because even if they didn't hint at them specifically, we do know that, like, this they did say, this is not, like, I know for a fact they said this, you know, the Counterforce had been summoning loads of servants throughout Lostbelt 5, right? Both Olympus and Atlantis, right? The Counterforce summoned a crap load of servants, and a lot of them died, and, you know, Canis killed a bunch, and Satellite Cannon, Waifu killed a bunch, etc., etc. So they could just be lumped in with that whole group, and you know, fair enough. My point is, I still think they're doing it retroactively though, and like, oh yeah, we just had it. They were, you know, one of those. I doubt they thought about it back then, because if the reason I doubt that they thought about it back then, because yes, there was a bunch of servants and stuff, and yeah, they could have just been one of them. But if they had plans on using one of the other Counterforce servants. How do I word this? If they were planning on using one of the many Counterforce servants that we don't see in Lostbelt 5, and they knew they were going to use one of them later in 6.5, they would have hinted at that specific character, I think. Because they should have, right? And the fact that, as far as I'm aware, unless I'm forgetting something, I don't remember them doing that at all. Now, I could be wrong. I could just be wrong and I maybe forgot something. But I don't remember them doing that. And that makes me think that they're just like, oh, hey, we could do this. The fuck is that? Is that one of the? I'm trying to. That might be one of the silhouettes, actually. I'm not sure. That was either a collage of enemies, or that was maybe one of the silhouettes from the, you know, like the preview thing they did. It had like the big shoulders and stuff. I don't know. I might be seeing things. I'll have to see that again. But I don't, again, even if they made it up, I don't really mind it, because, again, there was said there'd be a bunch of servants that were summoned during that whole period, so it doesn't, like, bother me. But I would have preferred, you know, you plan that kind of stuff out. I feel like FGO is always really bad about that, about not connecting the various stories, that they kind of monster of the week and stuff like that. You know, each thing is very self-contained and that kind of stuff. Oh, I'm not saying don't add him to the game. I'm not saying that at all. No, of course not. What I'm saying is, you know, if you're gonna do something like that, you know, it's better to think about it in advance so you can foreshadow it properly. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's just better writing, right? Like, I mean, I think everyone would agree with that. It's just better writing when you properly foreshadow stuff. Why do you think the final season of Game of Thrones is hated so much? Because they just rushed everything. There was no build-up. There was no. It just LOL, and now this is happening, right? So yeah, foreshadowing is always good. So, but yeah, I'm not saying don't add the character or anything like that. By the way, Season 7 of Game of Thrones also sucks. It always gets a pass because everyone's so hung up on how bad Season 8 was, but Season 7 was fucking horrible too. And it's some of the most nonsensical, like, plot holes. It's so bad. Yeah, and Season 6, I would agree. It really, ever since they kind of gave Martin the boot and, like, the showrunners bought their own hype, I think that show immediately started to suck. Blue apples do the same thing every apple does. It's just you can create them through your own AP. Like, you're like, hey, I can't play right now. You can make blue apples and just use the AP later. And the good news is they last forever. So it's not like you have to use them within a week or any crap like that. You can make them and then just use them whenever the fuck you want, and there's no cap on how many you can have at a time. So it's a lot better than, like, Genshin's version of it. Okay, are we? I might cheat because I've technically already done this. I kind of want to see if we're in the spammy part where you just start fighting the same mobs over and over. Because it's not like I'm not gonna have gameplay spoilers at this point. So this one's kind of an actual fight, so we'll, although you have to use Sherlock. Can I Chin Gong him? Let's see. Why the oh, I must have been Chin Gonging Kiara. That's why she's on the team. I was like, what the fuck? So I can't summon a friend, so I gotta use my unit. So we'll just do this. Atlas, maybe not necessary, but we'll go with it anyway. Yeah, normally I would toss the thought, but we gotta toss Sherlock. So the Lancer is actually the biggest threat here. Oh, okay, game, why do you gotta be so casual? But I kind of want to keep one of the Lancers alive the longest because they have my favorite animations. This is what I'm talking about. How can anyone think Lostbelt 6.5 is harder than Lostbelt 3? I mean, it's like, they just do everything to make it easy. Like, everything. They make it, like, so fucking easy. Like, Moriarty is so easy. I wish he wasn't. Like, the only reason it even looks even remotely challenging in my video is because I'm just using 1 to 3 stars. And, like, they forced Charlemagne on the team, and Charlemagne sucks in that fight. So, like, dude, if they didn't force Charlemagne, I would have used, like, Caligula with Chin Gong, right? And then you protect him with MASH, and then you do Star Bomb and Anniversary Blonde, and you just murder. But because you have to bring Charlemagne, I can't do that, right? So, like, that which is annoying, by the way. But yeah, man, that is such an easy fight. Yeah, you could switch code him, but now you're not using Anniversary Blonde. And so now how am I getting crit stars for Caligula, right? That sentence doesn't even make sense. Okay, we need Chin to die. Stars good. Yeah, I think Shinjuku Moriarty is definitely harder because you get the whole Demon Pillar bullshit thing going on. I mean, that wasn't like a super hard fight, but I mean, Moriarty in 6.5 is one of the easiest fights in like the modern game. I really mean that. I'm pretty sure MASH, for God's sakes, which you must bring, I can solo it if you care to. Like, it's just there's no mechanics there. Like, he fucking debuffs himself and drains his own NP and then does barely any damage. And he has no gimmicks, no like buff removal, no nothing. Right? He just stands there and dies. Right? Like, wow, incredible content. Imagine being the mastermind of crime and you have no plan. Yeah, because like at least the Enigma pillar, especially for like a budget, you know, new account, free-to-play account, that kind of thing, low star, and you don't have like rare stuff. You know, its class was actually very awkward to deal with, so it's kind of hard. You know, not super hard, but I mean, seriously, this Singularity's Moriarty is just so easy. Okay. I wish I had my NP right now, and I could have had it if I did the art card last turn, but I didn't think I needed it. Fuck it, I'll do this. We get the NP gain. We lose the battery in the next one, but the NP gain kind of makes up for that. I'm gonna do slow-mo, even though Achilles' NP looks like crap in slow-mo. Well, I don't know about crap, but it doesn't look so good in slow-mo. It looks way better when it's faster. But, I want to see if one of the Lancers crits me, because I've only seen the crit animation once. Oh, it's fine. Moriarty should be easier than Fluffy, right? Fluffy is insanely hard, and it's such a big thing in the story and everything. Moriarty should be easier than that, but it's kind of like going from 100 to 5, right? They could have like gone to 50. Right? You didn't need to drop it that much. The fast guy's cooler when he's fast, absolutely. Man, look how cool these guys are. Okay, that's the horse though. Well, he crit. Even though the Lancer is the one with crit up. Bang, bang, bang. No command codes. Oof. 5.5 was easier than Olympus, but it's like going from 100 to like 60 there, right? Yeah, it's easier, but it's not like going from 100 to 5. Because Ibuki is still a real boss fight, and Tunican and Medea is still a real boss fight. Those two boss fights are harder than anything in 6.5. Yeah, boy. Dude, imagine if he had 2 actions per turn. He could have dashed in like that and then done that, right? That would have looked awesome because he was already at close range. But the fucking rider's running everything. Oh shit, chat. We can give. If I kill him here, the Lancer will have 3 actions, and he'll like. So here. Oh god, I wish I was recording off stream. I want him to NP and then like normal attack, then crit. Right? That would look really cool here, but yeah, this is the kind of thing I'll like try to make happen in free quests for videos. I am gonna make a video for all these trash mobs, that's for sure. Please don't buff. If he buffs this turn, I'm gonna really be annoyed. This might look better in fast mode actually for this guy. I really do suspect this guy will look better in fast mode. Damn, he goes. So what I would do in a video there is no crit. Damn. What I would have done in a video is I would have edited it where he didn't jump back, unless he crit. If he jumped back and then crit, it'd look fine. But that's easy to do because he's standing in the exact same spot. It's the exact same camera. It's the same units. So as long as the background's not moving, you could edit that, and if you just were precise, you wouldn't even notice. There wouldn't even be a blip, really. I would imagine if you haven't seen anyone else excited for mobs, it's because you haven't actually looked. It's really not hard to find people that like grunts. Like in the Gundam community, loads of people like DMs and Zakus and Leos, and I've seen multiple people that like these mobs. Like, these mobs especially. These mobs and the mini Nobus. There's plenty of people that like them. Pyro likes them. Now, I like them more than most people, but I always really like grunts and stuff, where like plenty of people were like, yeah, I like Gundam and my favorite's Exia and stuff, but yeah, Leo's cool, right? Like you'll see that. Where I'm like, fuck the Gundams, I just like the Leos and the Zakus and all that. Like, who gives a shit about the Gundams, right? So I'm more extreme about it, but it's not rare to find people that like grunts and stuff. And it's because grunts in anime, movies, video games, grunts just have a different style. They normally have like a full face helmet, and where the main character's got to be helmetless with their hair flowing and crap like that. And some people just like the different look from like the more mean, practical looking stuff, which grunts normally are. Yeah, like Flag. Yeah, Flag's a grunt, and actually, like someone right there, favorite suits the Flag, and I've seen that plenty. Right, Flags are awesome. Like, there are more people that like the mainstream stuff than grunts. Like in both Gundam, FGO, Epic 7, you name it, right? That's of course. But there's people that like grunts and stuff. There's a grunt in Gundam named Stark Jagan. It's just like normal grunt unit. And there's a bit in a Gundam show where it does outrageously well, and that is like an extremely famous scene in Gundam actually, where anytime you see someone post a video of like that episode or that movie or that segment, no one in the comments section is like rooting for the main character that's fighting them. Everyone is like, the grunt is awesome and I hope the grunt wins. That's like every comment ever for that part. Sadly, the skeletons, don't have so good animations, but and I don't see them ever doing a mob animation update. Although I always say I think they should, because you fight the mobs so much. What you're fighting, oh shit. I wish I'd known this was gonna happen. I would have turned the music on. These are normally actually really silly, but every once in a while they make a good one. I don't know why their quality is always so crap. Remember when you had Mash versus Artorian and it looked normal? Oh, our boy's getting his ass kicked. Our boy's still getting his ass kicked. That was the most awkward animation I've ever seen on Constantine. I think he just broke his fucking neck. So, you know, it'd be nice if our boy, you know, swung back a couple of times. That would have been nice. Didn't do a single attack there. I've noticed every time they make one of those, they're always really one-sided. I don't think they really know how to do, like, sprite editing. Like, you know how people data mine, like, sprites from games, and they'll put them in a program to, like, manipulate the sprites? And then you'll have people making, like, custom fight animations and stuff that are, like, ridiculously good. I don't think they know how to do that with their own game. So they have, like, official first-hand access to the assets, but I don't think they know how to do that. It's a shame because you could do some pretty cool stuff. Because they have more like sprite stuff in FGO than like Mario, and people rip Mario stuff and can make awesome like fight scenes and stuff, so. Man, Dawn is not, I was hoping he wasn't gonna die here, but I have a bad feeling he's gonna die here. Oh god, the Phantom guy's fighting Zeet right now. That's tough, dude. He's still streaming. When we're done, we'll raid him. He's awesome. So I'm guessing he felt bad about his betrayal, and he... Funny thing is, she doesn't seem to be helping him that whole time. She wasn't helping him, so I guess she's still on his side. I don't really like her so much so far. Dawn's way cooler. She can't help? Well, I mean, she's the one that screwed over Vlad anyway, so not a fan. Hey, it's Jason, best boy. God, Dion had a bad time in Lostbelt 5. Oh my god. I don't even... What?! That makes no sense! Oh my god, we're dead. It's over. It's over. It's over. They're using Berserker Herc to represent Archer Herc. It's over. It's all over, chat. That's it. We lost. Throw in the towel. We're never getting Sane Herc. GG. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god, that sucks. It's like when they used Vlad, Berserker Vlad for Lancer Vlad. You're killing me, game. Ziggy, you shut your whore mouth. I mean, Nasu's had so much time to do Sane Herc, and he's just never done it, even with the Fate Strange Fake Rider wanting him to do it, that I just don't think it's gonna happen. I just, at this point, I don't think it's gonna happen. I hope I'm wrong. I super hope I'm wrong, but it's been so long and they've had so many opportunities and they just don't ever do it. They do the opposite. Whenever it's like so logical to do it, they don't do it. But it's, to be fair, I'm kind of, you know, kidding and exaggerating. Although I do think what I just said is true. I think they have gone out of their way not to use Sane Hercules. Like, but they, for example, a Reshagal in Babylonia was a giant ghost. They would have never done that if her Lancer version as she exists now existed back then. She would have never been a giant ghost for even a second in the story. That would never have been a thing. That was only a thing because she didn't have her proper sprite yet. And so them putting in the anime is very silly, but you know, what are you gonna do? Anyway, same thing for Herc, you know, once they actually, if they ever bothered to make him, the fact that he didn't look right earlier. By the way, this is like the least surprising reveal ever. I don't even know what he gained from hiding, like not doing anything this whole time. I really wish someone had told me there were this many videos so I would have turned the in-game music on, but oh well. Because we're missing all of the sound effects. Because for some reason the sound effects are tied to the music. This is so ridiculous. This is so, yeah, Chune. Oh my god, look at the background, dude. We're gonna have some Charlemagne versus Constantine. Yeah, a little late now, Hex, a little late now. Guys, can you believe that guy in the cape this whole time was Charlemagne? Now, Jesus, what a surprise. Oh my god, there's another one. Look at all these! And they're all in the same scene, too. I don't think this music could be less appropriate. So I'm actually gonna be pissed if Constantine wins this NP clash because I know the lore of both of these, and there's no way. That looks pretty awesome though. There's no way his NP should win this, but I have a bad feeling that's gonna happen because protagonist, antagonist. That's one of the first times they've done that, and they actually added like a custom effect there. You saw his protagonist aura. Well, Constantine's not dead, but I think he lost the clash there. That's cool though. So when I played this on my main account, I made sure not to look at any of the stories, so I had no idea any of this happened. There's a good song. Yeah, I wish she was gonna be summonable, but I doubt it. I think she's here in the flesh. I don't think she's a servant. Now, sure, she might be able to become a servant, but whenever they do that, they're not planning on adding them anytime soon, generally. Unless they show up as an enemy, right, with like a sprite, like Sitting Master, for example. We're getting close to the part where you just fight mobs for years. Well, Constantine didn't die or anything, I don't think. Guys, the sky's on fire. Do you think they're the antagonists? Like, oh geez. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Hold on. We might see that again, but we gotta make sure. Wait a minute. We can watch the other segments with the music now anyway. Wait, what the hell was that? I gotta see what that was. I'm getting it, I'm getting it. I'm gonna kill the stream for a second. I don't want to accidentally show my bind code. And this song is so good right now, but gotta kill it. Alright. So I guess if you, oh great, I just dropped a couple of frames. I haven't dropped like any frames all stream, and I just dropped a few, which means something's probably getting fucked up with my internet. Oh damn, it's already past that part, so we don't get the other part of the cutscene again. Well, if you're having like stream issues, it's not on my end until just now. Like I've literally dropped like 3 frames. The rest of the stream, that's not me. But I find when I drop streams, it's normally because my ISP is being my ISP in this area, like every few months, it'll just get so bad, and they won't fix it until you call them and call them and call them and call them and call them, and then they always don't believe you that like something is wrong with like the pole, so they always have to send out a technician that can't do anything, and then they just confirm that it's fucked up, and then they send out a maintenance crew to actually fix it. It is, I've had to deal with this so many times over the years. It is infuriating. But yeah, it's fluctuating now. I've gone from dropping 0 frames, and now in like the last minute, we've dropped 2,000. So yeah, something's wrong. And every once in a while, it's like a Twitch server issue, or you know, just like a local like blip with the internet or something. But normally when this happens, it's because there's something wrong with the pole in my area, and then it's just like pulling teeth to get them to do anything about it. Alright, let me go slow here. I don't want to actually miss this guy. Yeah, it doesn't have a king. It's more like a regular singularity. And like 5.5 was originally a singularity that like Limbo is trying to turn into a Lostbelt. .5 was really weird. God damn. I had no idea this was in the story because this never shows up in gameplay, which means he's probably not. Okay, chat. What I need information here. What's going on? What? Because we never fight this. You know, because again, I've seen the gameplay. You never fight this guy. Yeah, it's definitely one of the silhouettes. It's a Gundam. It's Ushi's uncle. Huh. A little bit bigger than Ushi there, but that's pretty. It's pretty great. Well, what happens then? Because he never shows up in gameplay. Huh. I think that's going to be summonable though, because I think that. Oh shit. So I do think this guy's got. I doubt he's playable soon. Like probably not part 2, but I think he will be summonable at some point. He shows us some of the silhouettes. Yeah, I thought so. So yeah, he's going to be playable. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to save up for that guy. That's way too cool. Yeah, probably this year then. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I haven't rolled on my main in a while then, because I want that. But what, does he die in 6.5, or does he survive and just like leave or something? Chat, imagine if we got him and what's his name, like, what's his name? Timbada? No, that's not it. I forget the name. Big berserker boy, you know, from Gouda Gouda. If we could get both of those, that would be great, right? Just add them at the same time, right? Like 4-star, 5-star, just the boys, right? Banner, right? I'd be okay with that. I'd roll, like, that's the good weebs, man, right? A lot of the weebs I'm not a fan of, but those two are fucking awesome. Give me more of that. So, who do you shoot the laser at? Yeah, this assassin from Gouda 6 was really cool, but he might get added someday. I don't understand, dude. They've added so many NPCs that people want, and they're like, nah. But generic waifu you never heard of, absolutely. Have you noticed, chat? I don't even think about this until now, but have you guys noticed that, wow, this is fucked up. Generally, when they make servants that are canonically summonable, like the ones we're talking about right now, right? The assassin dude and all that. Maxwell's demon, right? That caster guy from Gouda Gouda, I forget the name of. That are basically servants, summonable, in-game to some extent, but not playable. It's like always guys. It's like always dudes. Yeah, Agravain, right? The only ones I can think of now, these aren't nearly as prevalent as like Maxwell's Demon and all those. But you got like that nameless gunslinger that was with Billy. I guess the sniper in this, right? But like those are way less prominent than like the Agravain and Sita's in arcade, so summonable. Guys, Sita's summonable. Don't you guys have arcades? What's the problem? Anyway, but yeah, like I mean, there are a number of dudes that are like have like semi sprites, like the assassin guy and Shimbata and all that kind of stuff. There are so many guys like that, and they're just not. They don't bother. Yeah, Tiamat's arcade. Because yeah, the dudes aren't in arcade or FGO, and there's way more dudes than the ladies for that. Like not even close. What is going on right now? Don't kill Constantine, game. Don't do that. Wow, they have not used this song in so long, dude. It's been so many years since they've played this song. So, is this who the guy's shooting his laser at? And if so, this guy must be like evil as fuck if they're using this music. It's not really Gorgon's theme, it's actually Tiamat's theme. It's when you think Gorgon is Tiamat. That's why it's not really Gorgon's theme. And like, cause they play this for when Tiamat wakes up and when she's like, fucking everything up, when she's like in her cooler form that you never fight. But it's evil, right? They use it for like, oh shit moments, and it's super evil. Like, what the hell is happening right now? So I have a feeling this bad guy is like bad news, and Constantine's gonna die to protect the Pope, and then she'll live and he'll die. Because I've seen anime before, and that's probably what's gonna happen here. Which I was hoping Constantine would get to do more, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's weird though, they showed him shooting the laser and we haven't seen anything with it. So I don't know if that was what was happening there. Yeah, okay, because going back to them, I assume so. Dude, that guy's so awesome. I want to see a full body shot though, but he looks so cool, dude. Like, goddamn, I gotta get that. Time to save all my SQ and Summit tickets, because, yep, I think Constantine's dead. Yeah, I think he's dead, and then she'll be alive. And then we'll probably kill her, because, you know, we're dicks. I know how this goes. He'll be fine? Yeah, I don't know about that one. We actually never fought Constantine gameplay-wise. You fight him in the story there, but yeah, you never fight him in gameplay, which kind of sucks. Could have been a good boss fight. They kind of went out of their way not to have gameplay in this story, which sucks. So did they like side with us? And then Constantine gets ganked right there and he dead? Is that what happened? Chad Caster right there. Uh-oh. Oh no, Constantine's still alive. Alright. I'll take it. Lancer bro. Man, I need to see more of Big Mecha Boy. He's dying? I see. But explain the blood. Rip that guy. Just... assassins, dude. They don't have a good time. Shit. So what killed the Saber? What happened? Why do I feel like somehow we're responsible for like weakening the Blues' defenses and now the Reds are attacking? I feel like that, like, I definitely feel like that's what was happening. Chat, you think if you're on the side that like corrupts the earth to look all purple like that, you think you would realize you might be the baddies? I'm really confused as to why we have Giant Mecha Boy and then he's not actually like in the game. So I guess he gets auddied. Because his sprite's not ready, so... So whatever happened to that sniper chick? Like, she was in one scene, and then she's never been seen again. That's another one that might be summonable someday, but I don't think anytime soon. That seems more like something they're kind of setting up, like with the gunslinger from before. Which is actually funny, that's two ladies with guns that are not playable. Oh, hi, Moriarty. Best MC Caddock. I'll be better than we are. We're pretty lame. Oh, was she one of the silhouettes? I didn't notice that. I have to check again. I haven't looked in a little while. If so, then they're definitely going to be playable. You know, probably an event then. They'll probably do an event where Big Boy comes back, she comes back, maybe Zhufu, right? They have kind of an event that's kind of related to some of these characters again, and they just add them at the same time. That makes sense. Hat lines up. Well, that's no guarantee that it's them then, because that kind of hat is not rare, so. So I'm guessing Moriarty, we're having an enemy of my enemies, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can speak, right? I'm guessing we're having one of those moments. Even though he's like with the alien god, so... Although I guess we've worked with him plenty of times before. Yeah, honestly, I have no attachment to the master because they're just a self-insert. How can, like, how am I supposed to be attached to a self-insert? They're literally nothing, right? They're just like vapor. I don't care about them at all. Okay, let's see here. Should be rather easy. Yeah, I'm not really sure why we're fighting blue people right now, but I think they're on their last leg. Hey, Bolt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, Pope get away, Constantine died. I mean, his kit's pretty straightforward, but the thing is, something I actually kind of like about it is the fact that he's like a normal unit that we've seen plenty of, like, you know, generic saber lancers and stuff with kits like this, but he's a ruler, and when you look at the rulers, they don't really have a generic toolkit on any of the rulers, so I don't really mind. But it's not, you know, he could have made it generic and more interesting at the same time, I suppose. Like straightforward value and then some extra stuff. My main thing is I just don't like the he's just slightly too overdone. I don't feel like he's way overdone. I mean, it's Moriarty for God's sakes, but like the eye makeup's just too much, right? Dial it back like 40% on the makeup, and I think I'd like him a lot more. I'll give him this, right? Not really my kind of design. He's kind of like generic K-pop boy, but the voice actor does a really, really good job, so that makes him more likable. And I'm pretty sure it's Black Bart's voice actor. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, the voice acting's fine. I just think the design is slightly overdone, and then the toolkit's not anything too interesting. Also, the NP's kind of boring. Like, I don't know. The other Moriarty is just so much better. that's the long story short. Other Moriarty is just a lot better. I mean, I don't hate him, but I definitely don't hype him. Like, I'm not rolling for him, although I might get him on accident because of the 3-star. I'm pretty sure it's Blackboard's voice actor. One of his attacks, it sounds almost exactly like the shark attack line. I think he's just got good range. Like, I'm almost positive it's Blackboard's voice actor. I generally have a pretty good ear for that. But also sometimes you have certain voice actors that do a similar inflection on like a kind of phrase or whatever, they just sound similar. I'm presuming though they have not said who the voice actor is yet because he's not playable yet. Stalk crash, yeah. Like okay, I'll put it this way. He could have been lamer, right? They really could have made this lame, and it's not that bad, right? But for, you know, Moriarty in his other form is just so much better that in comparison, it's kind of whatever. Yeah, there's the other ascension. So you see his third ascension in his boss fight, and it's kind of the same thing. It's true. It is hard to top the regular Moriarty. It's pretty awesome. Like I said, I don't hate this character. It's just it's not my cup of tea at all, and yeah, gameplay wise, it's kind of just whatever. Fuck, I didn't see the saber crit. I was looking at chat. I didn't see it. Shit, what did he do? 'Cause I wanted to see it. I've seen the NP and the normal, but what did he do? God damn it. That sucks. When I did this stage, by the way, when I did this stage on my main account, I put it in slow-mo and I like stalled as much as possible to try to get him to crit, and he never crit once, and I was like losing my mind. It never happened. Can someone clip it? I mean, it was in speed mode, so it's gonna be faster. But yeah, if someone can clip it, I can watch it that way. Fuck. Yeah, I think that's the only crit we haven't seen, because we did see the Berserker one, which is crazy because Berserkers have the lowest crit chance. I actually just skipped, but yeah, he can like copy himself, like fucking Dragon Ball Z shadow clone stuff, nonsense. I didn't mean to skip there. That was just bad habit, but I don't think anything too important happens there. Let's see. 2-hit evade. I like how you can't tell. Like, chat, I have a Brave Chain here, right? Like, it's math. You have 10 cards, you get 5 per turn. That means 3 of them, at least 3 of them must be from the same unit. There's no way, there's literally no way you don't have a Brave Chain every single turn. But you can't tell. Yeah, I guess you can use the buff, but a lot of times you might want to use the buff, on the right, because right now it's not a good time to buff for either of them, right? And like using the buff just to do the Brave Chain doesn't make any sense because it's a bad time to buff. So it's kind of dumb. But thankfully here I don't even need the Brave Chain. I can just hard chain anyway. But yeah, it's kind of silly. They could have like put a different ascension, or they could have just put me a little indicator, like a red thing or something, or the purple trait thing. On the cards, if the one has it, one doesn't. That's an easy way to go about. Oh, saber crit. Let's see here. I can't believe I missed that, dude. Yep, that looks awesome. I want to see those guys in P and then do their normal attack and then their crit. That'll look really good. Damn, yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video where I like do the free quests and I get like a good animation thing for all of them. Probably should not have used that skill there, but I want a double NP. Oh yeah, Caddock won't do a whole lot here. I guess we do this. I do think it's cool that Caddock has like a unique skill set, and it's not actually like overpowered or anything. But it's just different. I like that. What they could have done though is they could have given us abilities similar to what he used with Anastasia, but that might be like too strong. Because I'm pretty sure actually in one of the fights with Anastasia he doesn't use CS. I think he does just use like his Mystic Code or normal magic or whatever. That's the first time you fight her. I don't remember what he gave her there though. Forget. The Saber is pretty cool, but I think I like the Lancer better. But it's close. It's close. Like that's good stuff. The Saber has the better crit, but I think the Lancer has the better normal attack. But it's pretty cool. And they both have great fashion. I love the fashion of both of them. Actually, I think I like the fashion on all of them. I think all the generic people are pretty cool. My least favorite is the Rider, but I really like the Rider in the story, like him saving you when he's poisoned and all that, and rocketing you off or whatever, right? That was cool, but the sleeves are a little lame. I'm never big on the poofy sleeves look. Not exactly my cup of tea there. But yeah, he was pretty cool in the story.
理解できるいいともいいとも盛り上がっていこう
That green assassin though is pretty cool too. That actually takes a lot of ass.
ジャックビー
I actually like the generic characters more than most of the story. Okay, how do I put this? It's not like the idea of the story is bad. The idea of the story is fine. The issue is it doesn't matter, right? It does like none of the faction war matters. None of the like it has nothing to do with anything, right? Like it's just like a generic made-up obstacle to like not have you do anything important, right? Like that's basically the story, which is not ideal. Yeah, the cast is fine. You know, I like Constantine and everything. Yeah, actually the cast I really like. I think it's really cool, but
彼らを終わらせよ
well, time to guess on the brave
理解
chain.
できるね
Yeah, Dawn's cool, all that. Yeah, I like the cast, I like the concept, that's all fine, but the actual story is
正
kind
義
of
の果
pointless.
実はフランスこれこそ我が方ませまきたる
I mean, I don't really like
マリガナント
Astolfo, but I don't have an issue with Charlemagne and Roland. I mean, Roland's not like my favorite ever, but he's alright.
あなた
And
だ
then
け
some of the generic guys in the Green Faction are cool. And technically, the writer bro, I'm pretty sure, is Green Faction. It's just he, you know, was pretending to be Red. I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. You know, our health drain per turn has actually done a lot of work here.
いいとも
Because they're both casting it, and it's been so many turns that actually did a lot of
あな
damage.
ただけ悪に従
If I didn't accidentally do a brave chain, then I actually might have used this drain to kill him so it doesn't keep.
え私の勝利に揺るぎなし私の敗北に未来もなし
I don't think you really have to have played Extella to like Charlemagne, because honestly, I think if anything, Extella is more of a black mark than a positive. It's really not that great of a game. It's like one of the most shallow games I've ever played in my life, even for a Dynasty Warriors game. Like it's really shallow, and the story is really shallow. Like the story is so fucking shallow. It's ridiculous. You know, it's got some okay, I guess, character writing occasionally, but nothing amazing. Extella Link is honestly a huge disappointment to me. Like, I don't even really like Dynasty Warriors games, but like, Dynasty Warriors Gundam has a few good games that are enjoyable, nothing amazing, but they're enjoyable. And then I've not played them, but I've watched videos and stuff. Like the Legend of Zelda Dynasty Warrior game looks quite good. The Fire Emblem one looks, you know, good. Looks like they've tried to find ways to make Dynasty Warriors not so boring, right? Where Extella Link is just so bare bones, right? It is like doing the minimum amount of effort to create a Dynasty Warriors game with a Fate skin on it, right? Where like the Legend of Zelda one and the Fire Emblem one and even the Gundam one, they tried to do more with it than just that, right? And so I really don't have much respect for that game, for Extella Link. It's like the story's shit, the gameplay's shit. There's some cool animations, right? Like the attack animations for like Gwaine and Darius and stuff are cool, but again, everything, the game is just so shallow, it just doesn't really matter. Oh, hi Siegfried. How you doing? Your wife's a little crazy, by the way, or ex-wife, really, but I'm not sure how she sees that, to be honest. I haven't seen her whole bio, but from what I understand, like, she acts like she doesn't like Siegfried anymore, but she still does. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Basically, she's tsundere, but crazy. Because, like, her voice lines for Sigurd, she's like, fuck that guy, but her voice line for Siegfried's not really like that. It's more like, she wants to hate him, but she doesn't, I'm pretty sure it's complicated, yeah, pretty much. I wonder if she has a non-Berserker version. Obviously, I don't need to add it to the game, but I wonder if she qualifies. Next year summer? I doubt it. I don't know if she's gonna be that popular. I mean, you never know. But Nasu says he tries to make sure his servants in the game for a year before they get a Well, I guess, so it wouldn't be this summer, it'd be next summer. So yeah, they could do it. They could do it, but she's already popular. Really, I haven't paid attention yet. I haven't like looked at Reddit and all that, so I don't really know. Is she popular though? Like, cause okay, I'm sure she's not unpopular. Of course not, right? Rarely are the lady characters unpopular, but there's a difference between just being typical new character popular and like actually popular, right? Because almost any time a new character comes out, there's a degree of hype around them, with only a few exceptions like Galatea and like Karen and a few others, right? Calamity Jane, right? But normally when there's new characters, there's a degree of hype around them. So, like, is she beyond that? Her voice acting is good. The voice actors did do a good job. Like, absolutely. Yeah, obviously we don't have like the data on how many people have rolled and that kind of stuff. Well, let's see. What's the rate up? Charlemagne, her, and Roland. I don't know. I think that being split rate up will probably hurt them. I actually think they would have made more money this month. Like, seriously, I think they would have made more money this month if the banner had rotated between Roland and her, like, every other day. It's weird they didn't do that. I don't see how they would lose money. Yeah, Crane wasn't too popular, but she's more popular than Calamity Jane. Calamity Jane is one of the, like, she's just, nobody cares. Like, slightly more people care in North America, but, she's very, very unpopular. Okay, what are we doing here? I would like Calamity Jane a lot more if her design wasn't so wacky. It's just, it's not even the fact that it's like fan servicey. It's just, it's wacky. You know, like, why are her pants two different colors? Like, what are we doing, right? Like, why do you have a fucking, like, foam finger laser gun, right? Like, this is not cool, right? This is silly. So if they had just not done that, I'd have been a lot more okay with it. It literally just make the colors more like down to earth and give her a goddamn cowboy hat and a normal gun, and I can handle it, right? But Jesus, I don't mind like her character too much. She's not my favorite, but I don't mind the character. She's okay. But the design is just way too much. I'm hoping that other gunslinger character they've been hinting at for like 4 fucking years is more like down to earth. They are at least confirmed to have a normal gun, right? Because in their sprite art, they're holding a normal gun. And that doesn't mean they'll use it. They could just pocket it and then pull out a, you know, Gundam firearm out of their back pocket and then shoot, you know, more rainbow lasers. So you never know, but hopefully they're just going to use regular guns and be a more normal gunslinger, but we'll see. Also, I'd really like to get Butch Cassidy, but that's not going to happen. I would like them to add a mean gunslinger, right? Like, have like the bandana over their face, you know, like black cowboy hat, you know, have a rifle and a pistol, right? That'd be really cool. For some reason, the villains use rifles a lot. I don't get that. It's like something unhonorable about using a rifle, which makes no sense. But movies did that a lot for some reason. But I have a feeling one of the only other gunslingers we're getting is there's another gunslinger from like the stupid joke manga. They might get added sometime just cause all they ever do with America is the joke manga, which, you know, fuck you too. But and then they're probably going to add the other gunslinger from Saber Wars, unless they just forget. But they're like, if you look at that, everything about that's not a generic NPC. That's the thing. It wasn't like they showed up in the story and like, oh, I'm a shop owner, and they're talking and they kind of like hint at them, like with Jufu and the sniper lady. It's not like that, right? Like, literally, that other gunslinger never speaks. You never see them until the very end of the story, and like the last scene of the story, they just show up for like 5 seconds. And they're just there, and it ends, right? That's like kind of tease at a future thing, obviously, right? So they're going to be playable, but I don't know. Saber Wars was so unpopular, they haven't really touched it again in a long time. So maybe they're just going to cancel all that, which sucks because I think that's when Billy would get an animation update, which is ridiculous. Why is Billy's animation update going to be in fucking Saber Wars? But because he's hanging out with that character, so he's probably going to return. Because he was in Saber Wars 2, so he'd probably show up again in Saber Wars 3 with that other gunslinger, then get an animation update. Which, you know, I don't like Saber Wars, but if it gets me a Billy animation update, I'm completely okay with it. Yeah, it was like a powerful post-credit scene, yeah. That's some music. Billy so deserves an animation update, but because he got so much screen time in Lostbelt 1, I don't think they're going to use him seriously again, like ever. Unless they decided to do an event or something like set in the Wild West, but yeah, he might get used in an event, but I don't see him getting used in the main story anytime, if ever again. Because he's so unpopular and he got so much screen time in Lostbelt 1. Like, they're just like, yep, okay, that's good enough. But I think the writer just because here's the thing, writers don't always mirror the community at large, right? They're, you know, individuals just don't work that way, obviously. And so even though Billy's not popular, I think the writer just wanted to do something for like Billy and Beowulf because America screwed them over so hard, and like, okay, we can do better. Now, if they could do something for Geronimo, that would be swell. So I guess now that the blue faction is basically screwed, they're gonna team up with us. I kind of figured that was gonna happen from the beginning, and it's kind of dumb that we just killed each other so much, but whatever. Geronimo will be the hero of Lostbelt 7. I kind of doubt that. That was a blue guy. So yeah, I'm guessing we're teaming up with the blue guys now. Well, it looks like they're focusing on Aztec stuff, which technically is, you know, like Central America, kind of North America, which is kind of weird though, because it said it was set in South America, but they might just have South America stuff or Central America stuff in South America, or it's going to be like a part 1 and then a part 2. So you might like start in like North America, but like really near Central America, right? And then in part 2 you go to South America. So like how do I put this? Like Atlantis, right before Olympus. Your goal is Olympus, and you'll have some bullshit journey before that. I mean, look at how much fucking look how much of like the story is like that, where you have some bullshit obstacle. It doesn't mean anything, just so you don't actually go where you're supposed to go. Like that's what 6.5 is. So seriously, there's probably going to be a 7.1 and a 7.2, and 7.1 is probably going to be bullshit that doesn't get to the meat of anything. Like how Atlantis doesn't. I know people love Atlantis, but Atlantis is pointless. Literally nothing happens in Atlantis that's important, right? It's just an obstacle on your way to Olympus. So I totally could see a 7.1 being like that, where it's just like, you know, you're moving your way towards where you're supposed to be going, and you know, then in the second part of it, then you're in the part that actually matters, that might have Ort in it or whatever, right? We'll just see. But yeah, we got like it definitely looks like they're going like an Aztec theme for at least the first part of it. So well, people often, I see this a lot, will people get like really like overly anal about North America and South America, and then you have there's surprise. Imagine the two continents that are connected have some blend, like some fault, like overlap, especially because you have Central America, right? Like, wow, no kidding, there's gonna be some overlap. So I don't really care if there is overlap. It's just, you know, if we could actually focus on, you know, South America stuff, that would be great. But there is a lot of overlap between, you know, like Aztec stuff and then the more like way farther down stuff. Like that, there is overlap there. They're like that. Of course there is, right? So I don't care that much, but it is kind of weird the way they've like talked about it, and then what we're actually getting right now. It is kind of strange. Yeah, that's true. Most people don't acknowledge Central America. That's true. Most people just assume it's a part of one or the other. But yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't really matter. Again, there's quite a bit of overlap, at least in certain like regions, like where they affected each other a lot. Now, obviously not like, you know, way up in like, you know, the States and that kind of thing. Of course, that's not connected, but. All right, okay, you can bring other units, but I don't think you can even, yeah, you can't move these. This is one of those stages you see no fun allowed. Ugh. And this is they give you such a garbage team here. Like, this is such a trash team that, it's pretty painful to play. My back row is not going to matter, so I should really bring people that I need bond on, but I'm too lazy. I think you're like not fighting for real here. Yeah, this is just like two teams awkwardly flailing around and not doing anything. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she's like alive in this story. She's not a servant, so probably not playable ever, or if so, not for a long time. So they're not planning on doing anything. All right, so this is 10% battery. Roland can NP right now, but if Sherlock can't NP, there's no point. We'll just, I don't know, punch him in the face. That always works. If she is a servant in gameplay, then I don't know. Hard to describe, but something about her design with the way the clothes are done, where they look almost like copy pasted on. That's like the kind of low effort thing they do a lot for the NPCs. So I don't know. I feel pretty skeptical that they're going to be playable like ever, let alone in the future. I hope they're playable. I actually think they're kind of cool, and they have a better chance of like maybe using these trash mobs in their attacks or something, and that'd be nice, but alright, well I guess we just Sherlock NP and then fire everything. Wow, Trap Face got pretty fucked up here. Although I guess they're gonna, our debuffs are gonna fail miserably here. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, changes happen all the time. It's not specific enough. And the Aggravain is going to be playable, man. It's just, it might be a long time. Like, I really think he's going to be playable. I mean, he said that he wanted to make him playable. They literally said that in an interview. And then Nasu said he wants to make him playable as well. So, I mean, he's going to be playable. The fact that he's not playable is just weird. The only now, hold on. To give myself an out. The one thing that might happen is he might be in arcade. That could happen, and then he's not going to be playable over here ever. But I think he's probably going to get added eventually. There's always a chance that he gets border turned. I mean, that can happen to anybody, so. It's just, you have to play Russian roulette when they add characters. Got one Buster card. We'll see what we can do with that. I kind of want to throw out Holmes's thing, but because one more debuff, because then I could stun. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. It's kind of a waste of stars, but I don't know why I didn't cast that last turn. And guarded! I did all that work to do the stun, and nope.
ふむさてと
Don't do that. Okay, well, at least she slept Sherlock. If she had slept Roland, that would have been horrible. Like, changes to a character from different from the original. I mean, when it's done in a tasteful way, and like not in a very serious way, I don't mind it. But I don't like when they basically portray the core of what a character is about, which thankfully they don't do that often, but they do it occasionally, and that's never good. But sometimes they make really minor changes just to kind of, you know, fit in with the anime stuff, and that's fine. You know, Mordred being a woman when they're a clone of Artoria, right? You know, that just kind of makes sense because they'd already changed Artoria, so like that's fine. And again, some of the changes are just like they're benign, right? They don't have like a much of an effect on anything, and they're just kind of like to fit into the setting or whatever. So sometimes it's fine, but whenever they do really massive stuff that like, you know, is not in like tune, if you will, with the character and what their story's about in Legend and stuff, so they're making an OC, then I never like it. Even if I happen to like what the OC is about, I would rather they just make an OC and OC, because they've done that with Kiara and Chloe, Emiya. It's not like they don't make OCs, they do. So if you want to make an OC, just make an OC. Don't slap your OC onto an actual legend or historical figure. I think that's just stupid. It's not like OCs have like sold bad or something, so they don't want to do it. It's actually quite the opposite. Some of the OCs sell like incredibly well. So yeah, I don't get the point.
よしさてとふむ輝くは賢人歌うは三つの奇跡絶世の剣デュランガル今ここに
I mean, Pastor Delius is an absolute monster, so I'm not exactly sure what on earth. I'm not sure we watched or read the same story in Fate Zero there. I guess he had a redeeming moment as he was dying, but you know, that might have happened in real life and you wouldn't have known it. Like, some people do regret things near the end of their lives and whatnot. Especially because, and also in real life, he never saw Joan of Arc again. Right? So if he'd ever seen Joan of Arc again in real life, who knows what would have happened. So that didn't go very well. When I did this stage on my main account, I don't think anyone died, but I was also paying a lot more attention. But I know my units never hit the field, so maybe one person died, but I remember my units never hit the field at any point. But I was definitely putting more effort into what I was doing. I probably should have cast the invulnerability. That would have been a good idea. Sucks Roland can't NP right now. Yeah, I don't think you're fighting to the death here or anything like that. I'm not sure what forcing it might just be like some fight kind of thing, like egos flaring. Yeah, I mean, like, you see they're not dying. Maybe tell by the music and everything that it wasn't like a real fight. They're not like invading you or anything. Oh, they got a lot of actions per turn there. I gotta tell you, this is kind of wild how much worse I'm doing than my main account. Like, my main account, again, my actual units never showed up, and then we're already at my units, and there's still this many enemies left, so goddamn.
工具の時間だ。俺大活躍。行くぜ。
The thing is, someone being good outside of FGO almost never carries over into FGO, so it's two separate entities. I mean, it depends. Kind of 50-50 at this point, I would say. I'm not sure why we're doing so badly. I must have really messed up and like, cause I haven't been paying attention to the screen. I must have like, when Booty Lancer NP'd, I must not have been paying attention and I didn't use this or something and I just let everyone die or something like that. Cause like, this is such a difference from like, when I did it on my main account. Like literally my back row never showed up and now I'm like getting close to losing, so that's fucked up. Something is off here. Hey, the enemy saber's a real knight. He's a good lad. You got invulnerability, piercing for 18, that's just bad luck. That definitely didn't happen to my my main account. I never even saw her in P, to be honest. I was just looking at chat. I like how he, like, he's an assassin and we have a rider and he double attacks our rider and crits. That's because we insult his animations so much. I probably did a better job of delaying her NP on my main, so it like wore off or she'd already NP'd or something. But that definitely did not happen to me. Or I killed her faster and she never NP'd. Because you can technically stall her for a really long time because you can get rid of her debuff immunity in a variety of ways. And then you have a stun and stuff. Almost skipped out of reflex. I'm really curious what happens to the badass robot weeb. He either gets Odysseus or he just survives, but I kind of doubt he survives because the only things that have anything to do with the main plot is like Moriarty. And so I think everything that's unique to 6.5 is going to get deleted before you go to Lostbelt 7. I don't mind when things get Odysseus when it's done right. So for example, if the main character's off in area X, and then off in a completely different area, you have area Y, right? And you have like that guy fighting, you know, Siegfried or Bob or whatever, and they just have like a visual novel 1v1 and like it's like an actual fight like might happen in Fates Tonight or whatever, then it's fine. Right, like, no problem. The thing about Odysseus was, you literally fight him in the story, you just don't fight him in gameplay. So that's, you know, he's literally right in front of you, he boards your boat, you know, he's fighting your minions and stuff, and then you just never actually fight him. It never goes into a gameplay segment, and then he gets NP'd and he dies, right? That's dumb. But I don't mind. Like, for example, even in America, right, you were fighting Mev and crew, and then the Robin Hood and Tesla is fighting the demon gods and stuff way off, not even near you, right? So, like, that's fine, right? So that's the right way to do it, right? If you want to have, let's say, for example, let's say you had a story, right, and you know, Imia's in it and Ku's in it, and they've 1v1 each other, you know, just on their own, and you have nothing to do with it, and so you never fight Imia like in the story or something. That's fine, right? That's totally fine. Actually, I kind of like that happening from time to time. I don't like when the main character just magically fights everyone ABC style, and we have to do everything, right? That feels really contrived and stupid. So sometimes characters dying and you having nothing to do with it is fine. Another example is like the mother monster in Lostbelt 5 dying to Xiom, or Kiom, I would say her name. That was fine, you know, that worked. But like Odysseus was stupid. Like that was obviously because his sprite wasn't ready and it made no sense with the story. And it was like an excuse not to go into a gameplay segment where you already have other scenarios where like pretty much the same thing happens, where they die to a specific one of your units, one of your like story supports. Like how he dies to Charlotte, right? That happens all the time where one of the enemies you fight dies in a specific way to a specific NP from one of your specific story supports. But before that, you just fight them anyway because they're literally right in front of you and you just have a good gameplay segment, right? And the only reason that didn't happen for Odysseus is because he wasn't ready in time, so it's very silly. The way her name is pronounced is like Chiom or some shit. I've looked that up. It's not pronounced how you would think. like Xiaomi or something like that. I forget exactly, but yeah, I remember her name confused me so much that I specifically looked it up, and yeah, Xiaomi or something like that. Yeah, it's something like that. But it's like not what you would think. God, there's another unit like that. I don't remember who it is. There's someone that's their name is just not even remotely pronounced. And then also, a lot of these names, actually, people are just bullshitting and they don't actually know how to pronounce it. Like, no one does. A lot of these language, like old, like especially Celtic stuff, a lot of it was just lost. Some of it was lost to time, and there's just like the way, like with Irish stuff, there's like the way the modern people interpret it and say it, but they don't actually know how it was said back in the day. And that's true for so many languages, actually. That's a really common misconception when it comes to names and language. Because even like we talked about this earlier, even with English, you know, a modern language, people don't agree on how to pronounce all kinds of things between Australia, the UK, America, right? There's all kinds of different versions of stuff. And that's with us writing shit down all the time now and having video recordings and all that kind of stuff. Now you go back to like the Irish, which didn't write anything down and it was all verbally passed on. And then you play literally one game of phone and you realize how ineffective that is. And so yeah, there's a lot of dead languages that we like have figured out because of reverse engineering, but that doesn't teach you the nuances and the oddities of the people of the time. Right? Look at English. If like 1,000 years from now someone reverse engineered English, they're not going to know a lot of the weird bullshit that we do that doesn't make any sense, that doesn't follow our own rules. Right? They're not going to know it. There's no way to know it. And so that's true for a lot of the languages that we've like figured out like through reverse engineering, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and stuff, right? We had to reverse engineer that. We don't actually know any of the nuance there at all. Zip, and it's impossible to know. No one alive has any way of knowing. And that's just true for a lot of stuff. Things change a lot over time. You know, accents change, pronunciations change. A lot, and people in their own times can be uneducated and not know how the fuck to say anything. And so a certain area just says a name wrong for a really long time, and then they just get used to it and they start saying it that way. That's just how it goes. So we literally have no idea what half the ancient stuff is supposed to be said. You just have like a best guess, or you use the rules we have today and you apply it to the languages in the past. And then people get all like guardian of language mode and act like they have any idea. Like, oh, you can't say it that way. It's supposed to be said this way. It's stupid. You know, meanwhile, in their own times, no one agreed. Like, for God's sakes, look at look at our names. Fucking Bob is short for Robert. Good luck figuring that one out if in that 3,000 years when you have to reverse engineer English, right? Like, it's fucking stupid, dude. Like, there is so much weirdness when it comes to language. And it's because humans are just whack, right? We can't, you know, again, you look at a game of phone and how insane that gets. When you blow that up between like all these old cities and, you know, stuff from way back in the day, we didn't have telephones. It's all a lot more word of mouth and that kind of crap and writing on stones. You know, of course shit's all over the place. Like, I guarantee you, most Celtic mythology is completely wrong. Like, how we've interpreted it in the modern day is almost all wrong. Because almost none of it was written down at any point, and it was all passed on verbally. They didn't start writing it down for a really long time, and a lot of people already dead and wiped out all these issues that they had. There's no way the version that we have now is close to what it's supposed to be. There's just no way, right? There's absolutely no way. Because like when you look at how much, look at fucking Greek mythology, right? How all over the place it is with all these different writers having different takes on Zeus and stuff. And then you want to do that with a mythology that's almost entirely passed on verbally for a ridiculously long time. Of course it's going to be fucked up. Mash looking kind of weird there. I wonder if he's going to be loyal to the alien god. Almost everyone the alien god has summoned has been fucked up in one way or the other. Like, and they end up not really being that loyal. Like, even Kodamine is like the only one that seems loyal, but I don't think he is, so... I mean, bias is putting it lightly, and not only is there going to be bias, but there's just going to be things that are missing. Like of course, like, there's going to be so much stuff missing. So, like, there's no way that it's accurate. There's just no way. And it's just unfortunate. And that it's even worse though for a lot of other stuff, because some stuff was you know, completely lost to time, and you might find like one little stone tablet or something, and it's like that tells you hardly anything. So history's a bitch, man. It just annoys me when you have people acting like they have any authority over these things when nobody has any idea what they're talking about. Like at best, you have an educated guess, at a guess, and you have people acting like you know, they know what history was like, you know, thousands of years ago. And like, sure, there's certain things that can be confirmed, like because you find a lot of mummified people, and you can find you know, equipment that was preserved, and then documents from historians that, you know, back up the equipment you find. There's certain things you can know, but there's so much stuff you're never gonna know. You don't know the slang, you know, people were gonna use on the battlefield. You don't know what, you know, some random lord did in some random town because it was never written about, right? You have no idea. There's so much stuff that's just giant fucking question marks. There are way more question marks in histories than known facts, and it's not close. It is absolutely not close. If anything, the facts are actually pretty few and far between, which is unfortunate, but it just is what it is. I mean, for God's sakes, even with like today, modern technology and our ability to document things a million times better, there's people don't know what the fuck happens with all kinds of shit in the modern era when we're over here with cell phones and videos and that kind of crap. And then now we're gonna have like deep fakes and everything, so people 1,000 years from now are gonna be so goddamn confused. And imagine if people like thousands of years think like a random, you know, troll YouTuber is representative of like literally anything that people are doing in the normal world, right? Like, it's just, and then we're supposed to have any idea what people were doing thousands of years ago when they were writing shit down on rocks. Like, we're not, it's not like humanity's changed that much, you know, between now and then. Our technology has changed. And, you know, we stand on the shoulder of giants, blah, 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 blah. But, like, humans are humans. We have the same needs and wants and desires and motivations that we've always had. And we can't get anything straight in the modern era. You think we got anything straight back then? Like, it's so much worse back then. All right, I think we're at the point where we're going to start... it's going to be, like, really spammy with just... I think this right here is where we go for, like, 9 stages in a row. Just fighting the mobs. Okay, you know what, chat? I just realized I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I think this is what we're gonna do. I'll probably get through a chunk. Well, no, I don't want to miss any story segments. Damn it. I was gonna say I could do it off stream, but I don't want to miss story segments, so I guess we'll have to suffer through it next time. But yeah, I think I'll wrap up here because it's getting really late, and but we're almost done here. We'll probably finish it tomorrow, I think. No Arknight. There's no way I'm gonna do an Arknight's bonus stream when there were FGO content, because it's fucking 12 o'clock right now. Like, how am I gonna do Arknights right now? And that's how it's always gonna be. Like, when Lostbelt 7 hits, there's no way I'm gonna be able to play Arknights, right? There's just no way. But, you know, once it's done, then yeah, I'll go back to playing it. I'll play Arknights again soon, of course. Maybe tomorrow, just because we might finish tomorrow, but I kind of doubt. Like, I think by the time we finish it, it'll be really late, but we'll see. We'll play Arknights again soon, don't worry. And, you know, Arknights ain't going anywhere. Anyway, boys, thank you for hanging out. I see you, Poi. Let's see, though. I'm trying to think what we do need to do with our ult account soon, because, I don't know, I might play the Bazette account. I wasn't planning on it, but I might play that soon. But, I don't know, maybe the 1 to 3 star account. I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, boys, thank you for hanging out. Let's see who is streaming right now, and we can raid somebody. Also, at some point, I'm gonna have to work on videos. I want to record all those trash mobs and get their animations and stuff, and that's gonna take a lot of time, actually. It's very tedious stuff. But I want to do that. All right, Phantom Boy is still going ham on Zeus, so let's go give him a raid. Give him some moral support. That just sounds awful, doing Zeus with that restriction. All right, lads. I will see you soon, and take care.